Imagine thinking I'm late. Imagine believing that time isn't an illusion. Honestly, man, honestly, I kind of feel bad for you guys, bro. Imagine thinking time is real. Whew. Why is the camera off? You know, I try to, man, nope. Eh, Yeah, we'll work with that. You know, I try to keep the camera in a consistent place, um, between streams, but it's on one of those, like, like a gorilla grip pussy, except instead of a pussy, it's the other thing. One of those flexi bendo stands. And the thing is, anytime we let the cats in here, the cats jump up on the table and they like headbutt it, you know. So it ends up getting knocked out of place. I am exhausted. Did I sleep well? You know the answer to that. Oh man, is he gonna be all cranky and pissed at us again? Hey, only time will tell. Whew. And aren't you excited to find out with me? Uh, so, excuse me, Morty. Yeah, Morty. So, on the plus side, we're going to be having a nice, relaxing stream that has no chance whatsoever of exacerbating my ill temper. We'll be beginning our debate, beginning our stream with a debate on voting for the Green Party. All right, let's do it. You ready, my dude? I have a backlog of these. You need to finish on these shitty debates so you don't get demoralized for the whole stream. Well, the plus side is this guy's actually a fan of mine. At least I think they used to be, which means they can't be that stupid. You know? That is definitely an endorsement of their general... and that applies to you guys too. Hey, look at that. We're also going to be talking about Ben Shapiro and the recent ridiculous Trump interview. But we'd like to get these conversations out of the way early. Man, thank you. I have been, I think I mentioned this a few times on stream before, but I've been hand washing my clothes for like a month now because the washer and dryer broke and I was getting a replacement for them and it ended up getting delayed. And today we're finally getting the fucking washer and dryer. So finally, I'll get to wear clothing that... Listen, hand washing is fucking exhausting. If you don't have, like, the rack to do the thing on, you know, you've seen, like, the, you know, ye old-timey, you know, 14th century handmaiden washing clothes. If you don't have, like, a tool to use, it is insanely tiring. Holy shit. It's, like, the best shoulder workout I've gotten in a while. Sam Cedar was shitting on Destiny this morning. Wait, is that true? Did Sam Cedar comment on the Destiny stuff? He doesn't normally get involved in like drama, you know? It is true? Wow. I'm actually really curious if that actually is true, which I still kind of doubt. If you could, yeah, provide a link to a timestamp of that, that'd be funny. They mean Sam Harris, yes. All right, hold on. Okay, we're doing it. Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Moshi Moshi? Oh, that's okay. I'll just talk to chat. So anyway, how you guys doing? I saw... What does the fox say? Fred, I can't hear shit. No, I can't hear you, my friend. check your sound settings. Might be hooked up to the wrong microphone, or you might be on push to talk and you're just not holding the button down. That's probably what's happening. Has anyone here played The Forest? Hey man, now I can see your video, but I still can't hear your mic. What's up? I've played it and it's spooky. Very spooky. I get spooked easy. Just with normal games? Man, that is a spooky game. Oh!
How about no?
Yeah. There we go.
All right, cool.
There we go. Howdy.
Let me go back. Howdy. How's it going?
Doing great. All right, I'm ready for another engaging and productive discussion on electoral strategy.
Like the one you had with Nico House. I don't know. Are you broadcasting the video feed too?
I'm about to be. Yeah, it takes me a second to set it up. I gotta crop the input. Looking good, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I just don't want the background be all abandoned house looking. All right, there we go.
Gotcha. All right, here I'm cropping. There we go. Yeah, you saw the Nico House debate, right?
Yeah, I did. My name's Anthony, by the way. Yeah, I saw that debate.
All right,
nice to talk to you.
Yeah, likewise. Sorry for not talking to you for a while. I've been trying to limit my. I know you're not like a full Bernie or Buster. I've been trying to limit my engagement on this discussion for a while because I find that every time I talk about it, all I end up doing is making other people mad, no matter how I present my arguments. But But you've only ever been reasonable in DM, so I'm actually happy to talk about this with you. All right.
What's up? Yeah, I mean, I think that's like kind of actually like, no segue even needed, because I think that's actually part of the issue. Wait, I can't see you. Just like,
I don't have two camera outputs. I'm afraid I can't broadcast mine to Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. You're good. Yeah. I think that's kind of part of the issue, is that the conversation is typically, framed in this kind of like most conversations within super partisan American politics, right? We have one side and then we have the other one. And so even though this is like a left-wing issue, we still have like this kind of like partisan-ish behavior of like staunch tribalism,
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, that's why I think because like, in other words, what I'm saying is Bernie or bust isn't isn't my position. And so I think for a lot of people, Bernie or bust isn't their like exact position. And so framing the conversation is always like, oh, either you're Bernie or bust, or like, or not, or blue, no matter who. That cuts those people out of the conversation.
So what are you?
Me. So yeah, to like give you an idea of like how I came to my electoral approach. I could reference Professor Eddie Glaude, who is a professor, I believe, at Princeton or Cornell, one of the two, and Cornell West as well, and Nina Turner, and like a lot of people who are affiliated, if you've heard of the Movement for a People's Party. Mm-hmm. There's a few academics that have talked about like this strategy in particular. And where I originally got it from is between that a debate between the professor that I just mentioned, Eddie Glaude, and Michael Eric Dyson. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him either, but there was a debate on Democracy Now! From the 2016 election, where the same issue was like a question. It was, do we vote for Hillary, or what do we do? And yeah, it's an interesting conversation within the Black population in particular, mm-hmm. because of the history of the lesser of two evils, like particularly with African Americans. I mean, as you're aware of. Oh, and sorry if you're trying to jump in, I can't see you, so I'm not getting any like visual cues if you're trying to say something.
No, I'm a very vocal guy. Don't worry. I'll screech if I feel the need to speak.
Cool, but yeah, jump in anytime. Because the only other thing, next that I would say is that oh my God, I'm so sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
Mm-hmm. You were talking about the Black population and their unique relationship.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And so Nico House is one, but another YouTuber that is a kind of been a good voice for this conversation and this argument is Jamal Thomas. He has his own channel as well.
Mhm.
Chat, you guys could check him out. I would totally recommend him. I mean, even maybe a conversation between you guys, if you two would be interested, I think that could be productive in like consolidating the bread tube, if you want to call it, kind of media consortium. But he does a good job of giving voice to the argument that the lesser of the two evils, that whole rhetoric within the Black population in particular, as a lot of people know, has been kind of the thing for the Democratic Party since for a while now, since I guess you could say Jim Crow, like post Jim Crow and like the Southern Flip and everything. And so that's why it's like such a problem and such a not an easy decision for African Americans in particular to invest themselves in Joe Biden, because we've been, so reliably denied
Democrat
and
voters,
ignored,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, well, the Democratic establishment can generally count on the Black population to vote overwhelmingly in favor of them, especially in recent elections. So
Right.
I imagine there's
Oh
a
yeah.
feeling of like, well, fuck you, you're not entitled to my vote.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
which I
Exactly.
totally get. At least us white people have the benefit of being considered and treated as swing voters, which means 98% of the bullshit they talk about during the election season is trying to win over white voters, because the Democrats just, like, they know the Black and most Latin voters are going to end up.
Are gonna, yeah.
Yeah. So they don't have to pay any attention to those issues. And even right now, most of the BLM virtue signaling that the DNC establishment is doing is meant for the benefit of progressive whites, not of actual Black people. And the way they
Yeah.
carry it's, I mean, you'd have to like go over it point by point, but the way they actually carry these issues and talk about them, it's pretty clear they're trying to like alleviate the concerns of like the kind of like spooked suburban wine mom white
Mhm.
people, while also appealing to the, the moderate base that cares about Black people but doesn't really know how far we need to go with that. But it's not really about the Black people. It's yeah.
Yeah. I think Joe Biden's that I'm pretty sure you probably saw that the policy that the little police reform bill that he, whatever you want to call it, plan that he had released,
Mhm.
and the response was pretty much that it's not really enough, and all it is something that's placating. I mean, and this even goes back to see the like a good way to make the connection is the for the constant shift to the right. And this is another point that Jamal Thomas constantly makes, is that this is itself like a part of the problem, like a very like crucial part of the problem, the constant shifting to the right by the Democratic Party, which has them more or less today in the position of like 1980s Republicans and accommodationist politics of like Booker T. Washington and that type of rhetoric, that type of the lift you, I mean, that kind of like just appeasement and accommodating that sort of
Yeah, I
politics is
mean,
what
I
you see
won't.
today.
I'll never defend the Democratic Party. I think there are some
Right.
elements in which the modern Democratic Party is unprecedentedly progressive, but that's mostly because the changing demographic shift with regards to some of these issues. Like, say, for example, trans people. Democrats will talk about, because, like Warren, for example, they talked about trans people during the primaries, and obviously that's a fairly
Mhm.
unprecedented thing. But that probably is more of an indicator of our general historical progression towards acceptance in that respect than it is some
Right.
uniquely progressive
Right. Yeah.
bent. Right, like Obama only suddenly became in favor of gay marriage.
For
Like
gay rights. Yes.
the
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
nanosecond it ticked to
Yeah.
50% acceptance. Like, well, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So I don't
That.
know if
Yes.
that's like
Yeah.
legitimately progressive. But then you go back 100 years and you had Republicans who were like, nah, wait, no, fuck banks, fuck business. Yeah, we're gonna break all this shit up. You had Teddy Roosevelt. So in comparison to those people, everyone today is like a fucking Ayn Rand
Mhm.
libertarian with their
Oh
economic
yeah.
policies.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
think. Yeah. I think that you hit the nail on the head with that, because everybody's so anti-government and everything. Yeah. And much more. The Democrats, especially, are much more, I think, right-leaning than they typically want to acknowledge. Um, and yes. So let me think. I'm trying to think where to shift the conversation um to get to. I guess. I mean,
Oh
like
no,
so. Like
it's
I
been so pleasant so far. I'm enjoying this so much.
this is
I
great. I
yeah,
mean,
we can shit. Yeah. So with regards to who we're voting for,
right.
I've always so my position on this has always been really consistent. There are a lot of people who misrepresent me who say that I'm hinging on like moving Biden left once he's elected. I don't give a fuck about Biden. I think that Biden. I mean, I think it's fairly inarguable if you just take a look at their policies and their history that on the whole, on average, with maybe some wiggle room in certain departments, Biden would be a better president than Trump, certainly with COVID-19 handling. When it comes to not openly promoting like neo-Nazis and white supremacists, I think Trump's retweeting them like every day now. I mean, that's a pretty inarguable benefit. But when it comes to like moving the dial of history back in the correct direction, I don't think I
Mhm.
think like for me it's a decision of like we're at the we're at the bottommost floor of the Titanic as it's sinking and water's pouring in, and we're making the decision whether or not to start plugging up some of the holes with like utensils and restaurant napkins, or whether we just keep letting them pour in. Nothing really solves the issue, but we can at least buy ourselves a couple more years of time to find a more meaningful solution. And that's how I'd like to think about it, at least.
I feel you. That's interesting. I like for me, I see part of the issue is that the conversation is a little bit there's a little bit of animosity. And so I can't even really entertain that question too much. I find myself adopting the same position as you, assuming that that is the case. But I'm actually a little more open to like debate whether or not how facilitating a neoliberal regime would be towards a socialist movement
Mhm.
because of their, because of their literal intent and like design of being to stamp down any real movement, like we were just talking about. Excuse me, with the Democratic Party currently grafting in the Black Lives Matter movement. But I find myself, like I said, I find myself adopting like the safer position of, all right, I'm just gonna like assume that because we saw some progressive, although it may have been virtue signaling under Obama, we did see some progressive action. So all right, I'm going to go ahead and assume that we can see some more of that. Um, yeah, and I think so. I think the only issue is that the animosity doesn't allow us to, like, that animosity prevents us from honestly um, perceiving the Democratic wing of our monopoly on in electoral politics,
Mhm.
and that's because we want to immediately label the right wing fascist and outright fascist, and the focus is on that term fascist. But there are other things, like if we could just be more specific rather than saying fascist, let's say anti-democratic. Okay, how anti-democratic are the Democrats? Very, very fucking
Oh
anti-democratic.
yeah,
If we
for
just
sure. Though
right,
I
so
would argue less though. If I may, do you mind if
yeah,
do you mind if I lay out my argument for
sure,
the socialist radicalization thing? So
sure.
there are two big points I'd like to argue here. It's generally said amongst lefties that one of the big issues with like a Biden presidency, kind of like with an Obama presidency, is people go to sleep, they get complacent, and what's more, movements get co-opted. Which is why for a lot of people, at least early on with BLM, it felt almost like a wing um, of the Democratic Party. After you had like Ferguson, for example, and you have the initial uproar, of course, and Obama did like nothing whatsoever to meaningfully address the
The issue.
the issues, the concerns of
Hmm.
these protesters. Eventually, like things died down a little bit, as they always do, and I think
Right.
people got very very complacent. Whereas now, under Trump, the benefit of Trump being a fucking idiot is that he's constitutionally incapable of not fanning the flames. He can't ever just let things die. He can't do what capitalists have done for centuries, which is give sort of a token gesture of consolidation, and then eventually the movement becomes incorporated into the system it's fighting against, and it dies off. That's we learned about that in university. That's what they did with radical student groups. It used to be the radical student groups would be protesting at the universities, demanding, better pay for X, more diversity Y. But then the universities were like, okay, your criticisms are so smart. What if we gave you your own student department to criticize the university from, based on
Hmm.
our funding that you have to argue for from the dean, and then kablamo, instantly you have consolidated this group and it turns into a bunch of reformist nonsense. um what I hope for, though, and what I'm really looking for, is that um, I feel so many liberals in this presidency don't recognize that what we're dealing with is a product of a system in decline rather than just Trump. They say, like, for example, COVID-19, like, oh, Trump's handled it so poorly, and he has. Would Hillary Clinton, beholden to the interests of insurance companies, who never would have implemented a public option if she had been given the chance, have done significantly better, maybe somewhat better, probably,
Yeah,
but
yeah, I
significantly
would say
better.
margin.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really think so, to be honest. Definitely better, but I don't know what the degree would have been. And what we get is so many of these liberals who were otherwise willing to adopt criticisms of the DNC through Obama's failings, through his unwillingness to actually be the progressive he marketed himself as. Instead, they blame Trump. And that's why his support for Bernie has gone down since 2016. After 8 years of Obama, libs were upset. You know, we felt like we deserved more, and they looked towards something more radical. Now, they're not as willing to because all the issues we're having right now, well, that's not a problem of, lackadaisy Democrats. That's a problem of the Republicans. And any Democrat, even Biden, could fix that. I'm almost excited that Biden won instead of somebody like Warren. Because if Warren had won, I think she's just progressive enough that she really could have kept motherfuckers quiet. But with Biden, that guy,
Okay.
I think there are I think that a significant portion of the Democratic base will be very disappointed with how poorly he handles these issues, and they will look towards more radical options as a potential solution. And I've been talking for a while, and I apologize. So yeah, please.
Oh no, no, you're good. I mean, I think I agree 100% with that, and I think you've brought us perfectly to the point of what exactly that's. I guess the next question is what exactly do we do with all that potential and that energy? And this is like the only point where you and I kind of, I guess, where I like disagree with your tactic. So adopting the phrase "blue no matter who" it's in ways like superficial. It's just a slogan, but at the same time, it's also forming like people's, kind of our political approach.
Hmm.
And so when we say "blue no matter who," we're basically taking the same approach that we've taken for the past decades, like since Bill Clinton. I mean, however long you want to go back and starts like and mark the real shift to the right of the Democrats. And so that kind of sets us up for what our idea and like what our processing, what our mindset is going forward. And so if we have the idea and the focus, the harsh focus of, oh, as long as they're not a fascist, a neo-fascist Republican, then they're okay. Then we're going to see more of that shifting to the right, and we're going to kind of see more of that. I mean, it leads to a lot. It leads to kind of apologism for the actions of Joe Biden. It leads to ignorance of what his actions actually were in Congress and everything, and his actual the level of his contribution to our the current um like the current pieces of our of our society that we see as problematic and as like fascistic themselves, like the police, for example.
Yeah.
And so I think a better approach is to actually give power to those third parties that we kind of look to. I mean, that really are leading the way and like have historically led the way in real progress by introducing ideas and everything, new ideas, and providing room for the real political discourse, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And there's a really easy way to do that. The way that I mentioned to you. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, no, please go for it. You were wrapping up your thought, I thought.
Yeah. What it boils down to is just voting green, or I mean green. I is what I preach, is what I support, because the Green Party, their platform is in line with my personal preferences, my policy preferences, and a lot of radicals would probably feel the same. A lot of like really far left wing people would probably feel the same. So voting for the Green Party or whatever third party, if you want something else, in states like I mentioned where it's a large gap, there's a large margin between the blue and the red, whoever won the state. So if the Democrats won the state, if there's like a 10% gap, then it's a little safer for some people there to vote green. And the whole goal is to get the Green Party to 5%, because that gives them national recognition, and down the line that gives them it gives them basically more funding and a better opportunity, like better chances to get people like like down ballot people, like state representatives and local politicians, get those people in office in other places where they can really make some change.
Yeah, I so there were two main points that you made here, and I want to break them down one by one.
Okay.
The first one that you made was the inherent complacency of the phrase "vote blue no matter who." I think on that I completely agree with you. I think this is unfortunately a byproduct of of how arguments get boiled down with regards to public discourse. A thing that I've noticed, especially when it comes to election issues, is that nobody actually pays attention to what the fuck I'm saying, and that usually people take away like extremely simple boilerplate, like bumper sticker slogans instead of the actual argument, which is very frustrating for me. But initially, I think I could be misremembering. I don't have a particularly good memory, but I feel like initially I made an effort to try and be a little bit more specific, or like a little bit more not conciliatory, conditional with my arguments. But my concern is, as somebody who, I'm not going to swing an election, but a fair number of people listen to me. As somebody who gets listened to by a fair number of people, I worry that if I say like you know vote blue no matter who, but actually, you can vote green on these states. These
Right.
states are safe to vote green stuff. I feel like that'll get lost, and people will be like, "Oh, I can vote green. I'm in Texas. I can vote green. I'm in Florida." And if even a single person, even if they don't swing the election, I don't have any, illusions as to my relevance here. But even if they don't swing the election, it would frustrate me immensely if the strategic element of the voting strategy got kind of lost, and people just sort of did what they wanted because they were
Yeah.
justifying it sort of post hoc. This is one of the issues I had as well with Bernie or Bust. Initially, I thought Bernie or Bust was great as long as you posture it, but then vote Biden in the end no matter what. That way,
Right. That's actually also like, yeah, that's actually also another sorry to cut you off.
no, no, no.
That was another position like I was really interested in like us coming together as a group and saying, "Hey, look, yo, we're going to pretend like we're Bernie or Bust, but we're going to vote for Joe Biden. We're just not going to say like we're just not going to be out here saying, yeah, we're voting for Joe Biden when we still have that was like 4 months out, or
Yeah.
if it was still like 3 months out, but now we're at 2. But sorry, yeah, go
No,
ahead.
I completely agree. I think that probably like in a vacuum, that would be like a better strategy, because that way you posture a little bit, and then you
Mhm.
get like this last moment, like, okay, well the lefties, they got they got the concessions that they got, and in the end they recognize we have to defeat Trump, and we simultaneously posture and make ourselves relevant electorally, but then we also don't like harm the chances of getting Trump reelected, or like we don't
Right.
increase the chances. The issue that I found with
Mhm.
that is I don't think it's possible as a public figure to tell people to simultaneously say one thing and believe another. I don't think it's possible. I think 90% of the
No.
people who hear that are just going to end up being bur- actually Bernie or bust, or actually vote blue no matter who, and very few people are capable of posturing between. People are very, very, very quick to jump on
I
rhetoric,
know, yeah.
yeah, that they're told to adopt, even if there's something else they're supposed to be believing in. And it disillusioned me a little bit, which is why, and I recognize this, my language has gotten a little bit more punitive with time. Um, the one other thing that I wanted to say, I'm looking right now. So when was the last time a third party got federal funding, got 5% of the vote?
Oof.
It's been a while, right?
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I know Ralph Nader made his run, and then I mean, there's of course the Bull Moose Party,
Yeah.
right? There's them, of course, but uh, because I know right now the Greens they aren't even like it's the Libertarian Party that is like kind of taking the most of the as far as independent
It
parties.
looks like
They're
3.5% back in 2016 for them.
okay. Wow, they see, yeah, and that's like it goes to show like how close, how close they could be to it,
Yeah, the
and they
Libertarian Party has always had a little bit more of a pull. And by the way, I'm very much in favor of right-leaning people voting Libertarian. Fuck yeah, pull that shit away from pull that shit away from the Republicans.
Yeah, yeah. See,
If
that's the
yeah,
whole. That's what I see as like the most beneficial thing about like this strategy is that it brings in people who aren't like who are Bernie or bust or who are just like so fed up with the Democratic Party that they aren't willing to listen to you if you say anything like blue no matter who. And an easy like catchphrase, to slogan it up is blue only if you got to, only if you absolutely got to stop the fascists. I
yeah,
mean,
I'm just so
um,
worried about like who would actually like. Again, I'm talking as though I'm like an election swinger, and I want to make it perfectly clear that
that's
I know I'm not. I worry about like who would take that
well, I
message in
mean,
responsibly.
you could be honestly. I mean, like I can tell you here in Michigan. I'm from Michigan.
Mhm.
I ran for like people information more about myself. I ran for state representative here, actually against a Bernie surrogate, which was interesting, I suppose. But here I can tell you here in Michigan, in particular, the difference, what Trump won by was in like literally the thousands of votes. So
Yeah.
you might be, I mean, it could be a
You
small,
don't
but
need
it
to
could be
butter
an
my
effectual. You
biscuit.
never know.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you never know. You really never know, bro.
So another set of concerns here. Um, have you heard of the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact? I think that CGP Grey
No,
has done a video on it a little while ago.
no. Is that like something to get rid of the electoral college type of?
Kind of, yeah. Basically, the plan is that there are a bunch of states that have secretly signed an
Oh,
agreement that will activate if enough states sign the agreement that more than 50% of the
that would
population,
be
right, ends up being affected by it. And essentially what they're doing is that once they can sign that pact, they
Mhm.
will all pledge their electoral college votes to whoever gets the popular vote. And this is very good in one sense and very bad in another sense. The good sense is that it effectively invalidates the electoral college, which only benefits Republicans. So, fuck that.
right.
And it doesn't help. It doesn't do any of the shit that it says it does. It doesn't help politicians care about small
No.
states. They only care about swing
Oh
states.
yeah,
Yeah.
I could
Um,
go in on the electoral
yeah,
college.
fuck yeah. It's fucking PragerU videos out there defending that shit now. So that's good. The
Definitely.
the bad news then is that if
Hmm.
that happens because the popular vote becomes the only thing that matters, there are no longer any safe states or even swing states, really. It's only the popular vote that matters. And in that point, every vote for a third party, no matter where in the country it's done, is equally damaging to the chances of
Right,
the party who best represents your values, who's got a
right.
better chance. I
How
really,
many?
really worry about third parties in this country.
You said the name of how many states? Do you know how many states have signed on to
Yeah,
it?
let
And
me
the
check.
name of it you said it was?
I think they're actually pretty close. Oh my god, they're actually
Wow.
really, really close. Here, wait, I'm gonna show this on stream for a second. I'm gonna link it to you as well. They
Cool,
have
cool, cool.
almost tripped the number right here. So they have like California, New York, and some other big states. And right now, we have enacted legislation for about a third of electoral college voters, and pending legislation for about 12%, meaning that only one or two more states could conceivably trip the total into past a majority.
Oh,
We're
wow.
actually really, really close to just getting rid of the electoral college through a loophole, which is
Why is this? See, this is the shit that like does not receive coverage by
no, it's
any
insane. This is the
mainstream
most
media.
influential change to our election policy, possibly in centuries, and no nobody
This is
talks about it. I
ridiculous.
wouldn't know about it if it weren't for the CGP Grey video, but it's real. It's crazy.
That's wild. That's my mind's a little blown right now. I mean, I didn't know this was going on.
Yeah, it might be a
I
while before this gets enacted because the yellow bar right here is still pending legislation. Then even then, who knows how many of those pass. But if this gets passed, unless we
right.
have ranked choice voting, I think third parties will become objectively completely unviable, even for like local elections, which would be really, really, or not for local elections. I'm sorry, just even in safe states, which would be, I don't know. That's really weird to think about.
Yeah, this would totally shatter that whole little approach.
Oh,
But
there you
I think the benefits, I think it would be worth it, for like I mean, yeah, because the electoral college, I mean, if that happened, we would pretty much kind of probably expect, just a not necessarily a progressive, but a Democratic at least president for, who knows how long, the next good while at least.
go. Oh, when you have a second, by the way, could you link a social of yours in the chat? Just the mods
Oh
want to
yeah,
post it alongside your, um, alongside
that's
your
what's
name.
up. Appreciate
Whoa,
that.
was that a white supremacist dog whistle on
Oh
my platform?
no! Whoops! That I gotta catch that one. I gotta think about that one. Whoops!
Oof.
Whoopsie daisy.
Uh, yeah. Anyway, I didn't mean to bring that up as like a future invalidator of the voting in safe states argument. Because like
Oh no, I totally get you.
yeah, realistically speaking, if you're like voting green in California, the odds of you having an impact on the electoral distribution is beyond minimal.
Pretty, yeah.
Yeah. But it does it's just something to keep in mind in the future. I think another thing that I'm hoping for, I guess, because right now all of our electoral strategy kind of hinges on the fact that we have first past the post. If we get Biden in, I feel like I would trade every other ounce of political capital we have for fighting for ranked choice voting. I think that would be so insanely um, powerful. Even, well, it would also help the Republicans because of the Libertarian Party. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be very useful.
I think, I think as long as the progressives and the more progressive wing of the Democratic Party continues, an appropriate approach to populism, I think that it would be phenomenal for us, because those people that are feeling that message, kind of like the guy that you were talking, the candidate for Congress that you were talking to yesterday, kind of like he was talking about
Liam Amara, the guy with the beard.
yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of like he was talking about how those people, they feel that sentiment anyways, even though they're a registered Republican or whatever it may be, they still feel the message that he's talking about. So I think as long as we like have that message on point, because I think that's actually one thing that we're gonna have to figure out regardless, moving forward, as far as like how to properly frame our populist message.
Gotcha. No, yeah, I agree. I mean, Ed Markey won out over Kennedy yesterday, which was pretty.
I saw.
Obviously, there's an incumbent advantage, no matter what. So that would have slanted in Ed's favor. But
Right.
yeah,
Right.
but that's that. Yeah, Ed Markey, no malarkey. Yeah, but no, that's still really really cool, and I think it signals a lot because obviously, Pelosi promised to only back incumbent candidates in any like major primary elections. And
Mhm.
then, a Kennedy comes along and Pelosi's like, no, no, the Kennedy dynasty must be preserved. And she endorsed the Kennedy, and Kennedy loses by a pretty huge margin too. So it shows, I think it indicates at least a little bit that there's a changing tide in terms of who the Democratic Party is listening to.
Oh
Pelosi's
yeah.
endorsement doesn't mean what it used to.
No, it's actually detrimental in some cases today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Hillary's oh God, like at the DNC when Hillary Clinton
Oh yeah.
endorsed Biden. Who the
Jamal. Yeah.
fuck does that benefit
Oh.
besides
Oh yeah.
Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton?
That actually happened twice. There was another candidate. You probably heard of, maybe Jamal Bowman. The I think out of New York. He's
Mhm.
a candidate for I think the House. No, I think the House. I believe the House. He got an endorsement, or excuse me, his opponent got an endorsement from HRC,
Mhm.
and it just like it spiked. I think no, actually it was either Pelosi or HRC. It was one of the two. But afterwards his donation spiked like crazy. Saw a
Because
peak that he
people
had like
fucking
never
hate
seen.
HRC, and I hope, by the way, I don't think Pelosi's as bad as HRC when it comes to being like a rotten, corrupt piece of shit representation of everything wrong with the DNC. I think she's marginally better, but I hope that eventually they go down in history kind of together. Because it's really,
Yeah,
really
I think
difficult to understate how much damage they've done to moving the party left. Arguably Pelosi's not even worse as head of the House. Um, but yeah, it's nice to see them get a little bit of a comeuppance, I guess. Um, yeah, okay, wait, sorry, we're trailing hard. Sorry, I am
oh no,
operating
you're
off
good.
a unbelievably low amount of REM sleep right now, and it's hurting. Um,
I actually feel you on that. I'm kind of tired myself. I didn't get much sleep last night.
Sure. I there are a ton of shit I need to cover, including the fucking Trump interview with Laura Ingraham, which is going to take a little while. So, if
Okay.
it's okay with you, do you want to hit us with a final meme or with a final
Yeah.
argument or wrap it up and post those fucking socials, okay?
Yeah. That's actually what I would like. The last thing I'd spend my time talking about is
Mhm.
I work with an organization called Detroit Will Breathe. And we're kind of fighting. We're fighting police brutality in Detroit, and we're also like, just to plug all the things that I'm working on. We're also working on a Citizens Gazette, kind of like a citizens newspaper. You guys can check us out, called the Motown Gazette on Instagram. We have one post up right now, one interview, but there will be more coming soon. And yeah, you can follow me on Instagram or on Twitter. I'll post those.
Mhm.
And the only, I guess, like last thing is like what Nico House, I believe, was trying to say is that Joe Biden is a crypto fascist, not with like fascistic tendencies. And so that's why we just need to be aware of that. and aware of an honest perception and analysis of what the Democratic Party represents and all the things, all the harmful ways that they can be, like the things that they can do to harm us as a movement.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah,
Yeah,
if I could steel man his arguments, and I'll admit I don't have a particularly positive opinion of Nico, so I'm not at all inclined to steel man those arguments. But if I were to steel man them, I would agree that at least in terms of their capacity to undermine the legitimacy of democracy, to rise popular movements against the progressive left, I'd say the Democrats have a fucking horrible history as well. Right now it seems really really bad because Trump is orange and bad. But if you go back and like look at the trends of like who's responsible for stopping these social movements, who's responsible for like supplanting or sometimes even outright opposing the progressive elements of this country, the Democrats, and before them the progressive Republicans, they've had a history with that too, a pretty strong one as well. I guess it's just a matter of like how quickly they're bringing it on, how effectively they are. Because even though Trump is a fascist, and I do believe that very firmly, we don't live in a fascist state. We have strong enough civil institutions that we can withstand his behavior. If Trump was a leader of like Russia or something, I think he would just be another tin pot dictator. But he's not. He's here, so we have a little bit more leeway. And we would with Biden too. But man, can you can you imagine Hillary Clinton like in charge of North Korea or something? Like,
see,
what would that look like?
it's interesting. I don't want to like not to like add a whole other tangent to the conversation, but like it's interesting you hit that point, because that's actually something I was thinking about mentioning, like how rather than looking at it as, okay, this politician is a fascist, okay, this politician is not a fascist, the reality of it with representative politics is typically that that person themselves is nothing but an avatar for whatever entities are
Whatever
funding them.
business interests, yeah,
Exactly.
right
And
behind
so right. And so we could, to be more accurate, we could just look at it as, okay, how many fascistic interests does Joe Biden represent? And probably a good handful, probably quite a few. But how many also how many progressives also have a lean on him and have his ear? Okay, more than Trump for sure. So like that's why we kind of put our coins in that bucket.
Yeah, at least with the Democrat voters, we can make like a a gesture of
Exactly.
faith for when it comes to progressive stuff. Like at this point, I'm pretty sure Republicans would be. I'm pretty sure if we held a vote on reinstituting slavery, we'd get like 20 or 30% of the Republican vote. If we had a referendum.
Honestly,
Yeah, I really think so. Honestly,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
conservative media nowadays is literally just like nonstop, like our country is being taken over by disgusting foreign illegal immigrant invaders, and anybody who's capable of stopping them must stop them. If you have a gun, you are the only bastion of. It's like, whoo,
an end to Western civilization. It's constantly an end to civilization. Everything.
Yeah, it's pretty. I watched some Fox News recently. I don't. My family's always been pretty progressive. Like my wing.
I can't even.
I can't. I know. I can't. I actually can't do it. It's insane. Tucker Carlson is incredibly far right. He's also one of the more cogent speakers, I'd say. Like he's a fairly intelligent dude, but but like the general disposition of that programming, even though this is the largest news show, the largest news channel, is I couldn't even fathom it being this bad like 10 years ago, But I guess maybe it was. Maybe I was just young. I don't fucking know. The Bush administration was pretty bad.
It feels like it probably because I can remember under Bush, like my parents kicking over like lawn signs, like fuck that guy, and just kind of like the other side as well. And I don't think it was like I think the pocket was like there was just a smaller pocket of equal bad, or like maybe even worse, like just as bad, but that pocket has gotten bigger and like more people are more brazen today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, even back when Obama was elected, remember that I think there was some Republican congressman who was like sharing like watermelon memes or something like that, and there were the guys who would like not denounce the people who were doing the little like Obama lynching effigies, So I don't know, man. Maybe maybe we're all just getting louder. Anyway, fuck those guys. I really, really appreciate you coming on. Thank you for starting my sleep deprived day with a very positive conversation.
Great conversation. Thank you for having me on. Pleasure to talk to you, man. And yeah, maybe another conversation sometime going forward with, because I'm trying to do my own media thing here in Detroit, and independent media I think is very important. I think what you do is also very important for us going forward with this movement. So yeah, hopefully another conversation somewhere down, down the road along
Yeah,
the
for sure,
lines.
man. Friend me on Discord. We'll talk more in the future. In case, I don't know, you
Bet.
post hot memes in Discord and you get banned or something. We gotta have that backup. Uh, hey, have a
Cool,
good
cool.
one. Okay.
You too, man.
All right. Bye. Oh, thank God. I'm still capable of having friendly conversations with people. Oh God. Oh my. I was worried. I was worried I was losing it. I was worried I was losing the ability. Oh God. Whew. All right. Whew. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, that dude was super cool. He was it's funny like the turnarounds because he was actually way more critical in DMs, but then over voice he's like super fucking reasonable, like cool to talk to. But some people are really um some people are really chill in DMs and they'll be giant assholes to talk to. It's I never have any idea what to expect, you know. Oh yeah, I saw this from Nathan Robinson. This feels like a good way to cap off the conversation, but he posted this. I don't know if he made it or if he just found it somewhere else, but I thought it was kind of cute. I don't know, you know. Biden sucks. Vote Biden as a means to an end. A vote doesn't equal support. Real progress doesn't come from the top. Democrat leaders may be neoliberal stooges, but let's not wait to find out what fascist endgame the GOP death cult and that racist shitweasel are planning for us. Not approved by any campaign or party. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought the shitweasel thing feels a little bit like a Redditor comment right there. You know, like you cock waffle. Um, but it's you know still it's yeah it was nice. You know, please give link. Oh yeah, here you go. You know what I'm talking about with the Redditor insults, you know? Hey, you know those Reddit threads where it's like, what's the most creative insult you've ever seen? Yeah, what's the rarest insult? And it's always the top. I remember there was like a 2-year period where every single time that question would be asked, every time, the top one would be, I would call you a cunt, but you lack both warmth and depth. And the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, that's clever. And then 2 years on the line, I've seen it 100 times and just over and over, always the top comment. People are always so fucking impressed with that one thing. People on Reddit always act like people can just use those insults in real life. Dude, are you guys ready for a cringe moment? Are you ready? Are you ready to join the cringe crew? Are you fucking ready for it? Wait, Vosh, why do tankies hate you so much? Because I said they should vote for Biden, and then I defended my statement by citing theory, and they're really mad because they've never read theory, and because they're white. Because they're white as fuck and they've never read theory, and they're super mad that I read it before them. They were like, "Yeah, I've read Das Kapital," and then in their head they're like, "Well, I'll get around to it. I've been pretty busy lately playing League of Legends for 7 hours a day." I went ahead, I read all the theory, I gave them the arguments. They're mad and white. Anyway, anyway, hold on, wait, hold on. This. Socialist MMA is in chat. Nice. I don't mind that. Okay, wait, hold on. Fuck, I got like a eyelash in my eye. Anyway, here's your guys' introduction to the cringe crew, okay? So back when I was like 13, I was a lay epic. I don't think I used Reddit at the time, but like I think it was mostly just like Newgrounds or some shit. And you know? Like, dude, Newgrounds used to be like a hub of the internet. Holy fuck. Newgrounds used to be like the center for like creative discourse online. Yeah, no, Newgrounds is still up, but it's not as relevant today, you know. But anyway, it's the I don't know if you guys remember this. I don't know if this was even on Newgrounds or if it was another Flash animation on its own website, but it was this site. It was like this cartoon series called like something the squirrel. It was something the squirrel. It was like does anyone know? It was like a super edgy squirrel. Foamy the squirrel. Yeah. Foamy the squirrel. It was like this super edgy thing, and it was like It was like an edgy little squirrel and like a goth chick. Hold on. Foamy the Squirrel. And it was like it was like Newgrounds humor. So it's like a super duper, like, grotesque, gory, edgy, juvenile thing. Yeah, here we go. And the art style is repugnant, but it looked like this, yeah. So here's the edgy squirrel, and here's the goth chick. And they would have they would still have their little comedy duos, you know? Like Happy Tree Friends. Think of it in the veins of Happy Tree Friends, you know? And oh man, and they would actually try to, like, make the goth chick look sexy. But with the art style, it looks like grotesque. Yeah, it's really funny. It's really weird to look at now. She kinda dick dough. I was trying to say thick. I just went with the D there. See, here you go. This kind of summarizes the humor of Foamy the Squirrel. Somebody should stab you in the eye with a really hot French fry. Get it? Because that's not something you would typically stab somebody with. That's like the tier of humor. Yeah, that we're dealing with here. Yeah, very Invader Zim. And anyway, I liked this show back then. In fact, I think my mom also thought it was funny. My mom's, you know, hip with the kids. Because back then, that was hip with the kids. You have to understand. I think my mom also liked it, but I wouldn't watch it with her because it was awkward. And anyway, there was an insult in it, and I remember the insult, but I'm not going to say it because I cringe just thinking about it. But there was an insult in it that I thought was so funny that I was going to memorize it, and the next time somebody insults me, I was going to say it back to them. And I would, like, repeat it in my head. I was like 12 or something. I would repeat it in my head from time to time, and one day some guy actually insulted me, just, like, randomly. Like, we didn't like each other, I don't know. In a context that justified the response. And I tried to say it, and I started, like, stammering. Because it was really long and impractical when said in real life. Because real people don't insult each other with fucking prepared diatribes, you know? Yeah. Yeah, in real life, if you're going off on, like, a 15-second insult, people will just interrupt you and call you a fucking virgin, you know? Which at the time was true. At 12, I was a virgin. That was a true insult at the time. Say it, please. Guys, right now, what you've built up in your head is so much more cringy than what it actually is. I just don't want to say it because I don't want to admit 12-year-old me found it funny, okay? No, I'm not doing it. Nope, I'm not doing it. It'll live forever in your collective unconsciousnesses. You'll fall asleep thinking, what is it? What is it? What is it that Vosh said? What is it? What did he do? What could have been that bad? You'll never know. You'll never know. I can give you guys a minute to calm down while I read donos, and then we can get to the next content. All right, I'll tell you, but only if it shuts you up, okay? No. I think it was something like, if it's really not that good, okay? I was 12. I was literally less than half the age I currently am. But it was something like, if somebody says they fucked your mom, what you should say is that you, oh, right, well, I climbed up your mom's pussy and carved my initials on the inside of her uterus with a butter knife, or something like that. But it was longer than that. I think I'm summarizing a little bit. Yeah, no, you can't weird chant me. You asked me. Oh, now you're gonna cringe at me, huh? Now you're gonna cringe at me. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, fucking do it. Yeah, cringe at me, okay? Yeah, Yeah, you make fun of me. You know what? When you were into 12, you thought some dumb shit was funny too, okay? I bet I was less cringe than half of you at 12, okay? I bet you motherfuckers were cringy as shit back at 12, okay? Yeah, there you go. Turn on each other, okay? That feel win. That feel win. You know what? I'm just confident enough to be open with my cringe, okay? That's on me. That's to my fucking credit. You people, like, yeah, you admitted it. You're cringe. Like, yeah, I am cringe. So what? Fucking come at me. King shit right there. Absolutely. I'm cringy as shit. I'm still cringy. You watch my stream? You know. You know. But to live is to cringe. To live is to cringe. You have to understand that, folks. To make fun of somebody for being cringe is like making fun of them for pooping into a toilet. It's just a thing people do. We don't like doing it in front of other people. We're fine with doing it in private. We all do it. To live is to cringe. Oh, yeah. A lot of babies in chat. Parkour with the $5 feels like America today is the Soviet Union in the 1980s sometimes. Maybe. It does feel like we're on a precipice of something. Needless noise, the $5. Thank you, comrade. Bags of soup. Yep. Anarchists are throwing bags of soup at cops. That is fucking true. Needless noise, the $5. If it hits you, that's worse than a brick because it's got force. And when they get caught, they say, no, it's just soup for my family. Guys. What is this Antifa super soldier tactic, dude? Like, oh, sorry, my soup bag slipped out of my hand. You know what that reminds me of? And this hurts me. This wounds me. There's a soup brand that I'm really fond of. Not soup brand, sorry. The Campbell's Chunky or whatever it is. No, is it Campbell's? No, wait. Campbell's is crap. Wait, what am I thinking of? Babe, what's the soup brand that we get? The canned soup? Is it Campbell's Chunky? I don't think it's Progresso's or Annie's. It's Chunky? Well, is it Campbell? Whatever. Anyway, they had a beer cheese soup that was really, really tasty. I really like beer cheese, dude. It's so fucking good. Holy fuck, beer cheese is so tasty. And not beard cheese, beer cheese. Have you never had beer cheese with like a pretzel? It's good. It's like yeah, it's so fucking good. Beer cheese is like a cheesy, it's like a thin cheese that you usually dip stuff into. It's got like it's cheese obviously, but because there's beer in the making of it, it has like this like tangy acidity that gives it like a really strong bite. It's not necessarily a salty flavor. It's just like a strong bite. It's good. It's really, really good. You like smoked Gouda? Not so much. I like smoked cheese, but I'm not a big fan of Gouda, to be honest. Anyway, beer cheese soup is really, really good. They don't make it anymore. They don't make it. I got one fucking can of it once in my whole fucking life, and then it closed down because thanks to COVID-19, the fucking factories aren't producing that anymore. They've scaled down their production to just the more popular soup brands, which doesn't include beer cheese. Yeah, here. Okay, it is Campbell's Chunky. Yeah, this shit. This is my second favorite though. This is the good. Thank you for the fucking yeah. Campbell's Chunky baked potato with cheddar and bacon bits. Okay, it's actually really good. You get this. You put a little bit of cheese or sour cream in there. Probably cheese. Doesn't need sour cream. Pepper, salt, hot sauce. Throw it in there. It's fucking good. Ew, that's the worst one. Are you a fucking idiot? Are you a fucking dumbass? This is the worst one? Are you fucking kidding me? You throw a couple of additives in here and you've got yourself a really nice meal, especially if you got bread to dip in it, by the way. That's unironically gross. You people are fucking disgusting. Your bad taste sickens me. Sensual Sloth, gifted 2 months sub. Thank you. Same with ENP, and really appreciate that from both of you, comrade. Sile with the 1 sub. Any plans on playing another Metroidvania or Zelda game? I really enjoyed your Majora's Mask and Hollow Knight streams. Also, White Names. Ree. Yeah, no, I do want to, for sure. Yeah, I do want to. What game are we even playing right now on stream? It's Destroy All Humans, right? After we Destroy All Humans, we'll see. We'll see. Casper Christensen with $5. We need a meme for when a Nico class event occurs. Here's my suggestion in the form of a link. Casper, that link doesn't work. Every time you link something, Casper, you don't link it properly. How do you do that so consistently? Snyderling with the incredibly kind $20. Thanks for your good takes. Wish me luck in my new job at a nonprofit crisis call center. Any chance of playing BattleTech on stream? I don't know what BattleTech is, so probably not, but good luck, man. That's a pretty rough job. I mean, it's taxing, certainly. Jeez. Godspeed. Tax Stock with the $5. Check out Black Pigeon's video about how Japanese men are being emasculated because of the disproportionate amount of women in adult films. Wait, what? Disproportionate amount of women in adult films? Wait, so like having more women in porn makes men weaker? Is that how that works? I haven't actually covered a Black Pigeon Speaks video in so long. That's kind of tempting. That's a little bit tempting, to be honest. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $20. What was it like to unironically waste 20 minutes of your life with a brainlet who was mauling over wasting thousands of dollars on Tulsi? I don't know, comrade. It wounded me and it wounded him. Hey, Socialist MMA, are you in chat? You're friends with Nico, right? Or at least he said he was friends with you when I talked with him. Yeah. I don't know. What was your opinion on that? If you watch me for long enough, you'll probably start to agree with me a little more, so I'm totally okay with having you in chat. That's just the natural osmosis of political opinions. Nico was still mauling on Twitter about you. Dude, that was the funniest thing. After the discussion with Nico, he like coped on Twitter for a while, and then he never, by the way, hundreds of people asking him what fascism means, never answered. But anyway, he coped on Twitter for a while, and then he started doing the same thing everyone does when they're mad at me, which is they start posting the links Nazis throw together to call me a pedophile or a transphobe or whatever. He's like, yeah, I would expect this from somebody like this, and posting like the you know, like chopped together pedophile arguments or whatever. Yeah, he didn't post my cock and balls, but maybe that's the next step. Maybe that'll be tomorrow. I haven't watched it. You can't debate. You just talk over people and insult them when they try to get a word in. Socialist MMA, you do know you yelled like the entire time we talked, right? I try not to talk over people. Seriously, one of the things that I've gotten better about with my channel, at least I try to, because he wouldn't let me talk, dude. Come on. I let you talk. The issue is, so talking on its own isn't enough. It has to be constructive conversation. What I try to do with my conversations is I try to like direct them a little bit, because it's A, my platform, and I'm trying to adhere to something of a schedule, and B, because I have had conversations that go for an hour where nothing gets said or done. How are you convinced that's not a troll account? Oh, I'm not. It doesn't really matter whether or not it's actually him. From my argument's perspective. But, he's reposting DMs from Clown World account trying to say it's about you. When someone asked if he knew what fascism was, he said to Google it and have fun with a blow-up doll. He seriously can't take it. I think that Nico might actually... and I can't... I think Nico's unhinged. I don't care. Call me ableist. I think Nico's pretty unhinged. For you to have an argument, to talk to him the way I did, and then he's like... Yeah, and then he goes back to Twitter and he's like... Fucking CIA posting. Yeah, no, I don't... yeah. We need to just say unhinged instead of mentally ill. It's a lot more ambiguous, even though it means the same fucking thing, at least with regards to people's interpretation of what I'm saying. Hopeful and Thano, thank you both very much for the gifted tier 1 subs, comrade. I really appreciate that. Keep JBZ clothed in orange. Claptonion with the incredibly kind tier 3 sub, thank you. Your work got me through 5 months of unemployment while radicalizing me. Now I'm a community organizer for a progressive group and have an income to donate with. Holy shit, that's fucking incredible, comrade. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm really happy to hear that I was able to, I don't know, keep you entertained for that time. I'm glad you liked it. I'm out here trying my best. Spike's Tribe, the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Quick meme. Uh-oh. Wow. What is this? Okay, buddy Vaush? What are you people doing in my absence? What is this fucking subreddit? What is this subreddit? What are you people? What? 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 All right. King Vegemite with the $5. P.S. The summer heat has made my baby very floppy. Yeah? Big floppy baby. Can you imagine it being summer and being this furry? Oh, baby. Baby. So fluffy. So fluffy. Vince with the tier 2 sub. I did a meme, why Peepo happy. We're getting a lot of those these days. This is very endearing, honestly. This is extremely endearing. I thought I was going to get like some complicated art thing. All right. You win my approval. Wide Peepo happy. You've wide Peepo'd my happy. Jay Beasy with the $5. I'm taking a break till January 2021 because people are acting entitled to my work. I do have someone to take my place. See you in January, Vosh. Jay Beasy, I love what you do. Godspeed with your break. You do know that you're not my employee, right? Seriously, though, Godspeed for what you do. The timestamp king. Danny XX, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Happy to hear you finally got a real job. Isopod, the tier 1 sub. Who's your favorite Homestuck kid? I don't know, dude. It's been a while, and there are like 25 of them. I like Carcat and Dave. Glad they end up together at the end. Horse me with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Our country ran from it for a long time, but COVID is catching up. Catching up to the USA. Oof, been a good time knowing you. Hope I get through this. Wait, Horse me, what country are you in? Brazil? What country is catching up to the USA when it comes to COVID-19? Yeesh. Nathaniel Jones and Mjolnir, thank you both very, very much for the $5 and euros, respectively. You found me from the Chris interview. Fuck yeah, comrade. Chris Raygun? Yeah. I think that Chris Raygun is generally a well-intentioned dude. I think he's a little bit defensive about the outcome of some of the shit that he's done. But I don't think that he's like a bad dude or like he's secretly radicalizing people. And Milnar, what do you think of instituting more than one seat per constituency in a system like North Ireland, which would be proportional and majoritarian? I haven't heard much of North Ireland's electoral system, but I feel like that would be better. Orbiter clicked him with a tier 2 sub. Vosh, does Zoom send a notification to the people whose videos you pin? I may have been humiliating myself for months. Oh no. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't use Zoom. I use Discord. I'm not a fucking office worker. I'm not using Zoom. He'd worry with the $4. I could tell the Destiny shit hit you pretty hard. Hope people stop asking you to cover it for their entertainment. Take care of your mental health first. Love you. Oh, it's okay. I already feel much better about it. It's totally fine. This would have been so much better if it had happened. Or sorry, so much worse if it had happened a year ago. But now I'm large enough independently that I don't have to worry about it too much. Dango Bango with a very kind $10. Hillary Clinton should endorse Trump. Her sweet kiss of death would sink the Republicans. Fucking true. Oh, that would be such a based fucking 9,000 IQ move, dude. If Hillary Clinton endorsed Trump, holy shit. God, that would be funny. Josie with the 20 kronar. Thoughts on Gaming Circle Jerk and Movie Circle Jerk? I like them. They're both generally left-leaning subreddits. They're funny. Yep. Austin with the $5. My brother isn't all that convinced that Markey is better than Kennedy. Could you explain why Ed is better? I didn't follow the race too closely, but the impression that I had been given is that Ed Markey is just a generally more progressive candidate, and that Kennedy didn't really work off that strong of a platform, and he just kind of went for it because he was a Kennedy, you know? That he didn't have much of an underlying set of political principles besides I'm a Kennedy, therefore I must be a politics man. Egotistic Egg with $5. I really doubt your masculinity because you don't know anything about cars. That's totally fine, my dude. TJ Gamer with the $5. Vosh spitting facts. Life is cringe. True. Sergio with the $2. Thoughts on the People's Party movement? I probably don't like it. Django Geek with the $5. What's the difference between making it illegal to sell your time and illegal to sell your body? What's the difference between making it illegal to sell your time, illegal to sell your body? Well, the implication of this question here is that if you're opposed to wage slavery, which I am, you're also opposed to sex work. But I'm not opposed to people working as long as they control the systems they're working in, as long as they can democratically control those systems. And likewise, I wouldn't want prostitution to be wage labor either. I would want prostitution to also be democratized. Which is why, as we all know in the anime, all the cool brothels are owned collectively by the sex workers there. That's the cool shit, you know? When you're in the anime and you're visiting the brothel and you're like, this pussy was only 6 out of 10. I want to speak to your manager. You don't want to speak to like some giant muscly tattooed dude who's smoking a cigar in the back room next to a bunch of boys, you know? You want to go over there and see like a cool like hitman lady with long legs who like crosses her legs, and you see her pussy like in that movie that everyone talked about when I was like 5 years old, and she's like, I'm going to beat you to death, and then she beats you to death. You know what I mean? But she also fucks people, and she also can do kung fu kicks. You know? That's what you want. I think we can all agree that's a better system. You know. Guitar with one sub. Thank you, Comrade. Had to sub because of the insult story. Nice. Glad to hear it. Sake with a very kind $10. Also, when we take some time to appreciate a Goofy movie, I also heard Sam Harris was shitting on Destiny. He's the one you like. Yes, I know Sam Harris is the one I like. Hold on, I'm really curious about that, actually. If Sam Harris actually made a comment about Destiny, it should probably be somewhere on Destiny's subreddit, shouldn't it? Hold on. David Pacman mentioned on his stream he'd like to talk to Destiny about Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay. David Blaine. Wait, did I do it again? Oh my god. Oh, no, 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 no. Fuck. Wow, there's actually a hole in my brain. Wow, there's actually like a real hole in my brain. That is incredible. Wow, there's a genuine fucking Swiss cheese gap in my dome. Yeah, I was just joking, guys. Just joking, guys. Chevalier with the $5. When you brought out Democrats slash progressive Republicans undermining socialist movements, my mind immediately went to Huey Long. Dude was super based at the time. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. We have to recognize the Democratic Party isn't our friend. The Democratic voters could be our friend, you know? And the Democratic Party does rely on the Democratic voters, because the only reason the party gets all the corporate power that it receives is because they are reasonably sure that they can win the election, you know? So if they can't, they lose that power. There is an element of functional democracy in this country. It's just buried under a lot of bullshit. Devonta with the $2. Look at the polls today on 538. No doomers. 538 presidential polls. Yeah, looking pretty good. A couple of these, but we have to look at averages, remember? Wowzers. Biden +7, +5, +4, +9, +9, +8, +11, +7. Whew, that's pretty good. Biden is going to need to win by at least a +3 margin to have a decent shot at, +3 to +4 to have a decent shot at beating Trump because of the way the Electoral College works. Always got to look at those averages, though. A lot of variance on the day-to-day, but the averages have stayed pretty consistent. Even the worst point for Biden right here at 3.4 plus would still give him a favorable odds at the election. Nate Silver explained that. I've seen that post. Actually, it's 5 plus. Well, that would be for like a guarantee. Duke of Bread with 3 fucks. True. Antifa super soldier. Django with the $5. Wait, I did that one. Vosh cringed the $5. The majority of Asians in America are first-generation Asian Americans, not foreign college students. It's a subtle yet important distinction you should keep in mind. Okay, true, but the first-generation Asian Americans are generally wealthy people who come over. If they're first-generation, that means they just flew over, yeah? I mean, a lot of them are going to be here for college, but the point that I'm getting at is that a lot of the Asian Americans in this country are selected for in a fairly favorable way. Natsuko Kotori, thanks the $5 and good luck with those flying lessons. Steve French, the $5. Happy to hear you're enjoying the commentary, comrade. I try to keep things data-based. I try to keep things PogChamp and not cringe, but it can get rough out there, you know? Marmor, I would play Subnautica on stream. I've just played it before, you know? Zaradanis, the tier 1 sub, tell them you carved your name in the inside of your uterus with a butter knife while she was having oral sex with the family dog. Yeah, but some people might not take that as an insult. I'd say pretty much everyone would take it as an insult if you carved your initials in the inside of their mother's uterus, but if they're blowing the family dog, that's like maybe maybe like 5 to 10% of them would be into that, and you don't want to add that uncertainty, you know? Just Miles, the $5. Thank you, comrade. Just watching you debate radicalized the hell out of me and is super cathartic. Thank you. Yeah, well, hey, I like debating too. It usually sets me in my positions. What are your thoughts on Psychic Dolphin Garage? I have no idea what that is, Selfie, but thanks to $5. Gussie with the Tier 1 sub. I was also super into foamy when I was young. I empathize with the cringe. Gotcha, comrade. It's rough out there. Hey, Vosh, here's the Sam Cedar clip talking about Destiny. Keep with the great content. There's no way this is actually the clip, but I'll click on it anyway. And thank you, Sean, for press the $5. Is this actually the clip?
Sitting stories. Also, what's wrong with Destiny? He keeps defending the Kenosha shooter. I have no idea. Nikki saying, leave my family out of this. Was there any resolution to that story? Do you have any other crazy babysitting stories? Also, what's wrong with Destiny? He keeps defending the Kenosha shooter. I have no idea about Destiny in that regard. Those are two very disparate topics. Destiny and my babysitter stories. No, that was the end of it. I never heard from that babysitter again. And I do have one other crazy babysitting story, but it preceded that. And actually, you saw.
Okay, so it's just him saying he has no idea. Okay, it's not a sublime criticism. Unknown Soldier with $10. Please do commentary of that Black Pigeon video. That really is quite tempting. I'll consider it. Casper with $2 super chat won't send full links. Sorry. Oh, no worries, Casper Christensen. You got to get on the website, my dude. Or alternatively, you could email me those links so I can take a look at them later. Mr. Tambourine, thanks to the Tier 1 sub. Happy to hear you appreciate my approach to these issues, comrade. Aurora with the $6 bucks. Campbell's Soup on Twitter has just publicly disavowed your promotion of their brand on your stream. Omega lol. Aurora, I know for a fact that you're lying. However, I'm going to look anyway because I'm extremely gullible. I am stupid. And I want to make sure. See, I don't mind being a gullible piece of shit because every once in a while it actually turns out to be true. In this case, it did not. Actually, the official Campbell's Twitter account hasn't posted anything since 2018. Huh. Gotta keep your eye out for the pog. Oh, we're almost done with Tonos. I love Prax, the Tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. What rhetoric do you find useful with Bernier Busters who you believe are acting in good faith? Well, there are two basic arguments for the Bernier Busters. It's A, Biden is less destructive than Trump, and B, Biden winning puts us in a better position to radicalize Democrats. If you really want to, you can also go with C, voting should not be considered an expression of personal taste and rather utilitarian exercise of your limited power. And also possibly D, the Republican Party will not move to the fucking left if they lose this election. If they lose this election after everything that Trump has done, they're going to move to the right afterwards. Ziggles, I do want to play Bloodborne on stream. Kyle with the $3. My dad is trying to make me read that fucking Jordan Peterson book. Help? Holy shit. That's like parental abuse. Or child abuse. You Maddie bro with the $5. Where could someone with no life watch archive game streams asking for a friend? Oh, I mean, I have an archive of every stream I've done for the past year and a half, comrade. Just go to the Stream VODs playlist, but it's all there. I mean, Democrats? What did I say? I don't know. TV does YT with the $5. Do you think Warren is going to run in 2024 and try and rope in the progressive left? I fucking hope not. I don't think a lot of people are going to forgive her. There are a few more donations to get to, but I'm just excited to get to the content, motherfuckers. Let's do it! Let's fucking go! And by let's fucking go, I actually mean, what do you think? Do we go over something I saw on Twitter from Ben Shapiro? Or do we do the Black Pigeon Speaks? What if we just did both? Wouldn't that be cool? At the same time. Before I get to this, though, I want to clarify with you guys. In the Breonna Taylor case, Didn't the police lie to the judge to get a no-knock warrant? That's true, right? All right, let's do it. It doesn't matter who wins. Folks, I've got good news. All right, I'm cutting into PragerU's territory. Listen, what you are about to watch right now is a free taste of a university exam, okay? If you watch this, you will enrich yourself intellectually, all right? And emotionally, possibly, depending on how evocative my language is. This will be exactly like a full 4-unit course at a university distilled into a short conversation. I am going to be giving this lesson, however, not to the people in my chat. You're just the audience to this free lesson I'm giving out. I'm giving it to conservatives, okay? Because I'm, getting really tired of repeating these arguments. Ben Shapiro got triggered today on Twitter, as is often his job. You see, Joe Biden over here saying that he thinks the officers involved in the shootings of Jacob Blake and Breonna Taylor should be charged. What a hot take. And Ben Shapiro responds with, there is literally no justification for this position given the facts currently known. This is inflammatory garbage. You know, again, Ben Shapiro, who literally gloats over the death of young black men, who calls for the bombings of Palestinian people, very concerned with the sensational and the irresponsible rhetoric of Joe Biden. There was an open warrant on Jacob Blake for sexual assault and domestic abuse. Cops were called to the scene because a prior sexual assault victim called them and alleged that Blake had digitally raped her with her child in the room. He resisted arrest, leaned into the car, and a knife was found on the floorboards of the driver's side. In the Breonna Taylor case, the evidentiary basis for the no-knock warrant, as shown by the leaked Louisville police report, was strong. They knocked, they were fired upon, and returned fire. This was a tragedy and a nearly impossible legal case to pursue. Guys, I've got some excellent news, okay? Are you fucking ready for it? This is, to you conservatives, arguments you should stop making every time people die to police, okay? Are you ready for it? See, I thought conservatives were supposed to be the big dick, pro-freedom, states' rights, individual liberty champion of America. I thought it was, in fact, the lefties, the Democrats, the Antifa, who wanted to submit to the power of the state. But holy fucking shit, dude. You know, I don't know if COVID-19 spreading amongst the conservative communities that don't think wearing masks is a necessity has done something to dampen their taste. But the bootlicking that has been going on amongst Republicans lately has been fucking insane. So let's be super clear about something, because I see this pattern being repeated over and over and fucking over and over and over and fucking over again, is this. So first of all, and I need to be perfectly clear about this, okay? Whatever a person has done in the past has nothing to do with the facts of the case concerning a police shooting, okay? Literally nothing. It doesn't matter if George Floyd did a porno. It doesn't matter if he was a felon. It doesn't matter if he was a mass murderer. It doesn't matter if Jacob Blake had just finished raping millions of people. Impressive, if nothing else. It doesn't matter. Do you know what the job of the police is? Well, they have a lot of jobs, but in this respect, they have one job. If a person is suspected of committing a crime, it is their responsibility to bring that person in alive so the legitimacy of that charge can be determined by a jury of their peers. Police are not executioners, they are not judges, and they are not juries. They are not a part of the judicial system. It is not their job to change their behavior based on the evidentiary case against the person they are bringing in. They are agents of the state whose responsibility it is to bring a person to the judicial system, flawed as it may be. So when police officers kill somebody, as they often do here in America, they should only be doing it if there is absolutely no other way whatsoever to bring them to the courts. Here in America, we have virtually no training we require of our officers. What do? They do a little day school. They go, you get a little 2-day camp retreat out in the mountains where they teach you how to chokehold little saplings. Nothing. In other countries, European countries, these people are A, paid better, B, trained harder, C, regarded with a much greater degree of scrutiny in the actual hiring process. Much greater degree of scrutiny. Now, Europe's not perfect. In fact, fuck Europe, right? Agreed. But in Europe, they are freer than you, Americans, in one very specific way. They do not have to constantly worry about whether or not they are going to have to play a game of Simon Says with a cop or die. That doesn't happen in Norway. That doesn't happen in Germany. That doesn't happen in Le France. That doesn't happen over there. Or at least if it does, it happens way, way, way less frequently. Over here in America, just fucking, you could be pulled over, especially if you're black. Let's not forget. If you get pulled over on the side of a road and a cop comes at you, Simon Says put your hands on the wheel. Simon Says reach into your back pocket to retrieve your wallet so you can show me your ID. Quick, now bring me that ID. I didn't say Simon Says. This is a unique experience. Over here in America, fuck. Oh, it hurt my neck. Oh, whew. That's an American experience, okay? We do that. Other countries do that. So, like 100th as often as we do. I'm not saying, by the way, that police should never kill people. Sometimes police do have to kill people. Sometimes there's an emergency. Sometimes there's an armed threat. There are sometimes very legitimate instances where the police have a lethal threat to their person that they have to address. That's undeniable. Was George Floyd a lethal threat to the police officers that were surrounding him? No. George Floyd could have been brought to a jury of his peers to answer for the sickening crime of what did he counterfeit a $20 bill? I don't even fucking remember. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he did. It's the jury's job to decide where he spends his life, not the police. The police are only there to bring him from A to B. Jacob Blake. Evidently, Jacob Blake was accused of engaging in sexual assault or digitally raping people at the household that he was leaving. Of course, this is Ben Shapiro saying it, so I don't believe shit that comes out of his mouth. But here's the cool thing. Even if that's true, it doesn't fucking matter. It does not matter. Jacob Blake was unarmed. He was calmly walking around a group of officers who had all drawn firearms on him. Any number of things could have happened to have prevented Jacob Blake from entering his car. There was a knife in Jacob Blake's car? Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking pussies. First of all, the police didn't know there was a knife in that car, so it's irrelevant. Police officers can only be expected to operate on the evidence they have at hand. Third of all, I thought we lived in fucking America. The United States of America. We can keep guns in our cars in America, depending on what state you live in and what licenses you have. So what? Anytime anybody enters any facility under any pretense, you could conceive of, don't let him get too close to that dresser. There could be a gun in the top gun. You can't. You pussies. You fucking pussies, dude. First of all, quit crying over a knife. Fuck you. There were like 7 dudes with guns surrounding him, okay? And judging by how much of a distance those cops were, I don't know if those cops were really worried about COVID-19. All those cops surrounding Jacob Blake as he was walking around the car, those motherfuckers clearly did not want to apprehend that guy. I have no idea why they were standing so far back, okay? Police should be trained to de-escalate. What those cops did was wait until they had a legal excuse to kill him. That's not good cop behavior. That's not. It's simply not. Your job isn't to wait patiently like a hunter in the brush until the person who you're supposed to be arresting puts themselves in a position where there is a conceivable chance of them procuring a weapon on you. Your job as a cop, if you want to apprehend them, is to fucking apprehend them. so you can bring them to a jury so the jury can determine the validity of the crimes they have been charged with. It's that simple. He walked around that car slowly. Nothing justifies what happened there. Grabbing him from the back of the shirt and shooting him 7 times in the back. They could have stopped him. If you're so worried about his behavior in the fucking car, if you're so worried about him having a weapon, why'd you let him walk around the entire car? If you followed me around, if a bunch of fucking tactical Secret Service agents followed me around, I'm pretty sure if they follow me on a walk, I'm at the park, I walk back home, I walk in the house, I get near a kitchen drawer, now they jump out and start shooting me. There could be a gun in that drawer. No! If you're going to apprehend somebody, you do it in such a way as to minimize the threat to the person who is meant to be brought in. Anytime a conservative says, well, they had a history of doing blank and a record of, you know for a fact that A, this person is a garbage human being, B, they know nothing about the legal system, and C, these people jerk off every single night to the thought of fucking camcording a police shooting from the top of their apartment. Ben Shapiro's fucking penthouse apartment, whatever the fuck he lives, I think he lives in LA, he masturbates every single day, imagining that he can look out that window and fucking look down with his fucking iPhone 11 and zoom in so he can watch cops beat the shit out of a black guy and then shoot him because the black guy reached up desperately towards the light in a last-ditch effort to plead for his humanity in the face of the cops, and the cops interpreted that as him trying to grab their fucking gun. Okay? That's what they care about. Anytime you cite the previous record of somebody killed by police, anytime you do that he was no angel bullshit, what you're indicating is you don't actually give a fuck about police brutality, and you don't give a fuck about liberty. This is fundamentally an issue of liberty. This is an issue of your fundamental rights against the state. We want to apply the standard to literally every single fucking person who gets responded to with police violence. I would love to, but police never actually do any of this shit to wealthy white people. But you want to do this? How many people associated with the Republican Party, with the Trump administration, have criminal records? How many of them are suspected of doing X? How many of them have charges against them for sexual assault? How many of them have accusations against them? We want to do this for every single fucking person? Because even if those motherfuckers, even if fucking Robert Stone, even if they got pulled over by the police, even if something happened to them, I would not be going, well, they had to do that because, well, if you look at his record, no, it's this simple. I'm giving you the hot legal takes, okay? None of it is relevant. Absolutely none of it is relevant. None of it. Only the facts of the interaction between the perp and the cop. And it is the cop's job to bring them safely to a jail cell. And if the cops fail in that because the person dies, the cops fucked up. Unless there was literally no other way. If a cop pulls somebody over and the guy fucking opens up his door and pulls out a fucking gat and starts firing at the cop car, sure, the cop can fire back. Okay, fine, great, cool. That's not what's happening in these cases. That's not what's going on here. We are the only country that has this issue, the only developed country that has this issue. Our prison population is higher both per capita and in total numbers than any other fucking country on earth. How? Well, the real answer, how, is because of private prisons and because lobbying from those private prisons to increase both the number of crimes and the sentencing length of those crimes because they profit from it. It's to make people money. That's the actual reason why, by the way. It's not just because we hate black people. It's because we hate black people and we want to make a lot of fucking money off their suffering. They already tried to restrain him before he broke out. Did you see the second angle? Yeah, and then they just let him walk around slowly, completely unarmed around that car. He like wiggled his way out of a fucking interaction. You're like, well, time to train our guns on him for the next 82 seconds until he does something that could conceivably be interpreted as a threat to our lives. No! Stop him! These are police officers. They are trained. This is their job. I would expect this from a fucking civilian task force. You can make mistakes there. Cops are such fucking pussies, bro. Soldiers face far more deadly conditions in their job, and they have to meet much higher standards for engagement with their combatants. Soldiers have to go through a fucking 18-step process to make sure it's legal for them to fire on people. They can be in an active war zone, okay? And they still have to. Soldiers in the military, in war zones. And if they don't do that, if they fuck up, they can be court-martialed. What happens to cops in America? who shoot somebody when they didn't have to. Do we court-martial them? Well, they're not soldiers, they're civilians. They're civilians. Paid leave or promotion, or they get moved to a different department. I would much rather have veterans police civilians. Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah, 100%. The degree of training, of forethought, of responsibility for your average American veteran is significantly higher than the dipshit fucking 85 IQ high school bullies who go get a job as a cop because they want to beat up all the people who they think took Stacy away from them before prom. Okay? Absolutely, I would take veterans over those people. 100%. People who have had de-escalation training, people who have had firearm training, people who have actual standards for engagement. Yeah, 100%. Easily. And even if we did that, they still wouldn't even come close to the standards that we can meet with police officers over in Europe. Aren't many cops veterans? Wait, I'm sorry, I should clarify. I would like it if cops had a similar level of training and on-the-job engagement expectations that we expect from veterans. There we go. Sorry. Not just that they're veterans, but also that we implement a degree of responsibility that is similar to what we do with American soldiers. We don't do that. We don't do that. Our cops are thugs. Our cops are gang members. That's what they were originally, you know. Back in ye day, that's what cops were. That's what they did. Cops were just groups of armed thugs that would have their ownership and responsibilities transferred between wealthy businessmen and political moguls in big cities. That's how it used to be. The cops weren't like this big city force. It was literally just like a group of thugs who were owned by the mayor or by other people who held local political office. That's what their job was. And eventually we consolidate, we give them proper titles, we give them proper uniforms. The standards haven't really changed. Standards haven't really changed much at all. Not really. Certainly not the expectation. And yeah, and we can continue this into perpetuity. We can do this forever, you know. We can do this no matter how many people in this country die. There is no number of people who died of police brutality in this country. There is no threshold that conservatives will look at and think, oh, maybe we have an issue here. Because to them, it's the power they care about. And also, because a lot of the people who are pushing out that propaganda know there's no chance of them ever being apprehended by a police officer. A lot of the wealthy fucking people who own the media networks, Murdoch fail sons, these people, they know for a fucking fact the police will never come for them. Police don't meaningfully challenge the interests of wealthy people, not in any way, shape, or form. So they get to push that propaganda, and the working class eats it the fuck up. Because the working class, every working class person in America knows one good cop. If you're white. If you live in a small town, you know the cops in your town. If you've had good interactions with the police because you have money, or because you've interacted with them in a positive sense, or because you live in a decent neighborhood, or because you went to school with somebody who then later became a cop, you know a good cop. And that cop is a good cop, and they're a decent person. And that's true, there are cops who are decent people. But that doesn't really speak to the system. I'm sure there are, you know, probably fucking, and this is a very hyperbolic comparison, I recognize that, but I want to pull the example to its extreme. There are probably individually good people in the Wehrmacht, you know? 15-year-olds who got drafted, just wanted to make their mom proud, you know? Individually, sure. You pull them out of space and time, knock the crazy Nazi cap off their head, put them here in America, give them a job, you know, selling candy at a candy store. Maybe be a good person. But we're not really talking about the individual moral worth of these people. We're talking about what the system does. We cannot allow conservatives to pretend that they give a shit about liberty as long as they are willing to invoke the history of a suspected criminal as an argument in favor of their extrajudicial execution. We absolutely can't do that. And anytime somebody pulls that they were no angel shit, you know for a fucking fact that they do not care. And I don't think they care either, by the way. But then again, I have met conservatives who legitimately seem to be stupid enough to believe they're levying arguments like in favor of their position as opposed to just you know, engaging in bad faith. I have actually seen people who act like that. They're like, wow, you would actually defend a rapist? You seen that, right? In the comments? You would actually defend a rapist? Yes, I would. Because that person should be tried by a jury. I'm defending them against extrajudicial execution. Oh, you would defend a pedophile? Yes, they should be judged by the jury. Yes, I'll defend them against extrajudicial execution. And I won't defend them if they're tried by the criminal justice system. We are rapidly approaching a point in this country, I believe, where the criminal justice system is becoming irrelevant in the eye of the public. It's becoming a rank formality, and that the real trial, the real the real trial is between the perp and the cop. That right there. The cop is the judge, jury, and executioner. And we've seen what happens when we leave that system to the police. We've seen Kyle Rittenhouse, who killed people and then just walked past cops. Fucking kid holding a rifle, just walking past police officers, you know. And everything that cops will feel justifies violent retribution on the part of BLM protesters. Cops are the judge, jury, and executioners to conservatives, and the reason they're willing to believe that is because the cops will usually come down on their side, in their favor. Yes, if only we could do trial by combat. True. Oh, in case you guys were wondering, kind of offhand, Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer is a QAnoner who believes that Kyle Rittenhouse has sparked the second American Civil War in Kenosha. So that's cool. I don't know if being a QAnoner should disbar you from practicing law, but I gotta say it's tempting to advocate for that. Holy shit. Hey, he's got to be a Tim Pool fan. All right, go team. Was there really somebody in chat earlier who said, I hate it when Vosh pretends to care about this stuff or pretends to get angry about this stuff? Damn, you must live a cynical life, my dude. You know what? Fuck it. We're getting right into it. Black Pigeon Speaks. Let's go. Oh, is this it? Oh, wait, this is good. Hold on. You know how long it's been since I've covered one of these bullshit videos? Look at this. The rise of the modern emasculated man. Look at that. They've got a guy with glasses and a big mouth. So you know he's like a cuck or something. You know? He's a new male twink. This guy's a twink, apparently. Oh, listen. You know how I know you don't know what the fuck twink means? When you're calling somebody who looks like this a twink. That's a good indication right there. All right. So what does Black Pigeon Speaks do? Black Pigeon Speaks' job is to convince the losers who watch his channel that society is about to collapse and the only way to save it is by having more white people. That's essentially it. It's all about taking the doomer pill. Everything's falling apart. America, Canada, everything's falling apart. The economy is dying. Everything is dying. The black people hate you. The Jews hate you. I don't think he actually is outright open with the JQ. I don't actually think he's open about it. But here, let's go for it. This got more views than the other videos in recent history on his channel. Let's do it. Rise of the modern emasculated man. Damn. Oh. Yeah, I've been here. By the way, Tokyo, great city. Really enjoyed it. Food's really cheap there, but really, really good. You can get like a full lunch for like $12. And I don't mean like one item. I mean like a spread, you know, like the kind of lunch you don't need a dinner after for.
Tokyo, the city I am based in, does not have one central business district or a city center of sorts.
I'm really, really sorry. There's nothing wrong whatsoever with white people living in Japan. There's nothing at all. It maps pretty strongly onto the like the white women have been corrupted by feminism and the submissive Asian waifu. You know, it maps pretty hard onto it.
Being the largest, or at least one of the largest metro areas in the world, depending on how you count it.
True.
Well, the city is massive, and a ubiquitous part of Japanese urbanism is the many red light districts that dot the cities of Japan.
Also true.
And that have been, for centuries, an integral part of the overall society. But things are changing. Men and women are changing, as is their relationship between the genders.
Okay.
But in Japan, like much of the Western world, it's seeing not only the continued denigration, deconstruction, and dismissal of all things masculine, but
right off the bat, here we go. The denigrate here. What was it again?
In Japan, like much of the Western world, it's seeing not only the continued
He's not saying Japan's Western. He's saying like the Western world.
denigration, deconstruction, and dismissal.
The denigration, deconstruction, and dismissal of all things masculine. Okay. They like to harp on about this. I think that, and there is an argument to be made here. Dude, if you go online and see like who the new hotness is, if you watch like The Bachelor or some other hyper normie shit, you will find that like the standard attractive male archetype is still very much like some 7-foot tall rippling Chad. What's really funny is that incel panderers like this guy will simultaneously say masculinity is being demonized, but they'll also say that Chads are stealing all the women, which is a really interesting dichotomy because at the same time you're saying society is no longer valuing masculinity, but you're also arguing that the hyper-masculine are so more sexually capable than the rest of the population that they're able to suck up all the pussy themselves. Like, these are two completely incompatible positions. Unless you think that Chad is, like, marginalized in society, but only manages to get girls for their confidence. Or something. Like, you'd have to do some really weird fucking, you know, brain circles to do that.
Of all things masculine, but many young men are simply opting out of society. And there are many reasons for this. But one of the most overlooked and potentially clear explanations for this phenomenon and the ever-increasing feminization in men the world over, well, in a word...
The feminization of men the world over. Again, they're like, really, again, this is a really, really common talking point. I don't understand where it comes, the feminization of men. So what's actually happening is that we have a wider range of identities that we can choose from to be socially accepted, which is a good thing. I like freedom. I care about freedom. I'm very much a freedom-loving boy, you know? And I would like it, this is my dream, you know, I would like it if people who are dudes, who are all kings, by the way, could be seen as attractive and viable, whether they're tall or short, whether they're muscular or skinny or fat or whatever, whether they're more feminine or masculine, and that we can just, you know, sort of respect these people how you are, and yeah, it's that simple. Now, of course, he's not just saying that men have grown more feminine, like, just because. This always ties into, like, the feminist JQ plot, because they would never argue, by the way, that black men are growing more feminine, even though in the Western world, black people and black men are experiencing the same developing range of available social and cultural roles to fill. They'll make this argument for how white people are being feminized because the inside of the conservative brain is just that one cuck interracial book we saw that one time where all the white men have been sissified and all the white women are used as breeding stocks for a super race of ultra black Chads. That's the inside of the conservative brain. Some of them love it, some of them hate it, some of them make porn about it and clog up every single fucking drawn and written porn site with interracial cuckoldry non-stop, and then go on Twitter and say the N-word.
Word testosterone, or lack thereof it.
The fuck is this? Oh shit, dropping the beats over here.
A big thanks to Raid Shadow Legends.
No
for
way,
sponsoring this
really?
video, and it's a pretty cool.
No way, you're kidding me. No way, for this guy? Okay. All right, well, we've all seen Raid Shadow Legends, so I'm just gonna... 1 minute later. 1 minute, 20 seconds later. Have you grown weary of fighting against cultural degeneracy and degradation against the West? Join Raid Shadow Legends to fight 18 evil bosses in their attempt to steal the keystone from the vault. I don't know. This is... okay.
Much appreciated, and let's get started.
No worries. Oh. Okay.
Nowhere is the gender imbalance worse than that which can be found in Japan, and specifically in its adult movie industry.
Is that true? Nowhere can the gender imbalance be found more significantly than the Japanese adult movie nowhere else? Not like Saudi Arabia or... Wait, what do we mean, like, the difference? I don't know what that means. Was there any relevance to putting the model on screen? I don't know.
Balance, in fact, is so bad that an article published a few years ago tallied the total number of male performers in the country at around 70.
What?
In contrast to the approximately 10,000 female performers.
Wait. So there are more female porn stars than male porn stars? Is that representative? Is that representative of like a problem for men? Are you saying we need affirmative action for men in the porn industry? I don't know. Are you saying we need more gay porn in Japan? Because I'd be willing to bet the reason for that is in large part because of the tentacle shit and masturbating. And actually, the main reason for that, I think, is because I'd imagine that guys who are insecure in their masculinity are less willing to jerk off to porn if it has another guy in it. You know what I mean? That's probably a pretty common trend, right? Because if you're like super insecure and like, you know, you want to see like lesbian porn because it's more non-threatening. You want to see like a girl masturbate, or you want to put a stock video of an attractive model standing there in a bikini while making suggestive facial expressions at the camera. But you probably wouldn't want to see a bunch of gigantic ripped Chad duders just tearing the pussy up with their fat monster cocks, right?
In fact, it's gotten so bad that the 85-year-old Shigeo Tokuda, who is the undisputed, as per his entrance into the Guinness Book of World Records, he is the undisputed world's oldest adult video performer.
Cool.
And his colleague, the male performer that goes by the stage name Shimiken, well, he is the busiest male actor in Japan, and he previously tweeted a couple of years ago a cry for help, as it were, in August 2014, when he wrote that in this industry, the number of male performers in Japan is less than that of Bengal tigers. And with
this is interesting. I don't know how this contributes to the civilizational decline narrative. I mean, this is like a little mini documentary or something. You know what he's saying? He's saying if you go to Japan, you've got a shot. You know, the clearly male porn stars are in high in demand in Japan. If you guys, you know, my Duderinos in chat right now, if you're feeling a little feisty, you can go over there, maybe get a easy career ticket. Yeah, this is like a job fair. Imagine watching this video in like high school. You know, like what job do you want to get?
4,000 new movies coming out every month.
I don't know what this has to do with the narrative he's trying to establish.
Isn't enough. And mirroring the Japan adult movie industry, not only in Japan are younger people having less and less sex, but this phenomenon is also being registered in Western nations as well.
Yeah, this has been a pretty well-known thing for a while now. I feel like he mentions this every video I've seen from him.
In a popular cover story in the December 2018 issue of The Atlantic magazine, titled The Sex Recession, This article used data and argued that young people are launching their sex lives not only later, but are having less sex frequently than members of previous generations.
I agree this is a thing, and this is a problem. Oh, could you turn that light off? I'm worried about the power breaker. I agree that's a thing and that's a problem. I'm not denying that. I don't know what that has to do with the porn star thing, though. Why is it a problem? Well, I'll talk about that soon, because I feel like this is probably the underlying point that's being made here. But yeah, I don't know what this has to do with the porn star thing at all.
Thus, what we are in the midst of currently is an epidemic.
Oh, and we're talking about the epidemic of male sexlessness, and we get like an SJW looking type. Let's do it.
Of sorts, a lack of virility that is reshaping every aspect of our society.
Wait, lack of virility? That's a very interesting claim. How do you know how do you know that people are having less sex because they're less virile? That's a very interesting jump from correlation to causation. There are reasons why people are having less sex, and it has a lot to do with higher rates of suicidality, which you also talk about in your videos. It's pretty simple. It's capitalism. Capitalism is in decline. People are having a harder and harder time finding work. The work they're actually doing is taking up a greater degree of their time. People are getting more and more alienated from the communities they grew up in. People have less and less friends. But all of these are a product of economic realities. They got worse after the 2008 financial crisis. They worsened. So, but this isn't like Japan has this really bad too, because they have an incredibly toxic work culture where you're expected to stay in the office well past everyone, probably should be going home. And the relationship between men and women in Japan is so weird because they're very segmented in so many ways that they don't like find each other and they don't develop friendships with each other. Yeah. But a lot of these are A, issues with capitalism, and B, issues with the patriarchy. A lot of the separation between men and women only ends up hurting them more. It's been demonstrated that more progressive people tend to be better about finding sex than less progressive people. So it's not that more feminine, because I imagine that he would associate femininity with being progressive. So there's not an association with being like more of an cucked SJW and having less sex. That's not the association here. The association here is capitalism. And you could argue it's civilizational decline, but it has nothing to do with like immigration and feminism, you know? He hasn't outright said those are the things that are influencing it, and I could be wrong at what conclusions this video will draw, but having watched Black Pigeon Speaks videos in the past, I'm pretty confident that's the direction that we're at least hinting.
That's not only seeing birth rates plummet, but family formation, living arrangements, and even the relationship between the genders being redefined.
Wait, redefined or plummeting? Of course the relationship between the genders are being changed, obviously. We're living through third wave feminism. But when it comes to the birth rates plummeting, that's fine. That happens in every developed country. Eventually the birth rates go down. It's just how the system seems to work. Whose birth rates are you concerned with exactly?
And this is having a profound impact on our culture and our civilization.
What is?
And that which we will bequeath the coming ever-shrinking generations of our posterity.
What ever-shrinking generations? There are more white people. See, again, our posterity. He's talking about white people here. He just hasn't said it. There are more white people alive today than there have been in all of human history. It is not an ever-shrinking group of people. Also, I don't know about you. My posterity is whatever kids I have, okay? Your posterity is not all white people, all right? You're in Japan right now, dude. You're literally a foreigner invading their land and robbing them of their culture, okay? You can't make this argument about cultural decline for white people when you fucked off to Japan, okay? You can't. It's really weird.
While there has been push in both the West and in Japan for men to drop out of the mating game altogether,
yeah, very relevant
there are
movement.
Divergent reasons given by men checking out of society. In the West, with the MGTOW movement that rightly sees a hostile society and legal system that doesn't take men's issues into account and can severely penalize men who find themselves in failed relationships, and these penalties and
Notice again how vaguely he's speaking. He won't actually commit to any specific policy positions. He won't actually commit to any specific issues. He didn't even say white people earlier when we all know that's what he was referring to. His vagueness is, again, a deliberate strategy. Because obviously to be specific here is to point out how stupid his argument is. Because he hasn't even really made an argument, you know? So imagine how bad it would be if he was making an effort to elucidate it. But also because he's just trying to evoke a particular emotional response in his audience, you know? Everything's in decline. Your people are being bred out. Society doesn't take men seriously. There are legitimate men's rights issues, like issues concerning men. Most of them are fought for by feminists. Did you know there was an equal rights bill that would have made men and women legally equal in the eyes of the law? That was attempted to be passed decades ago. It was supported by feminists. It was shot down by anti-feminists and conservatives. They didn't like the idea of women being treated the same as men. Like, feminism has always been on the front lines of trying to redress these issues. Why are family courts biased against men? Because sexism kind of suggests that women are inherently better child rearers. Why is alimony tend to be biased against men? Well, because historically alimony was set up to benefit women who had no income source while they were expected to be the house care providers. All of these issues come back, like, it's blowback for the systems that were initially set up to disadvantage women. But this isn't like a MGTOW issue.
Sanctions can last a lifetime for even a brief liaison with the wrong woman.
Yeah, see, the false rape accusation, the incredibly rare thing. Yeah, and the unfair system where if even a brief liaison can lead to you being in jail. It's fear-mongering. It's just plain and simple fear-mongering. False rape accusations happen at about the same rate as false accusations for other crimes. It's not a specific issue. Men live in fucking terror of false rape accusations, though, which is funny because women tend to live in terror of actual rape, which happens to them like 100 times as often.
And thus many MGTOW don't see any point in entering into a new relationship in this trap set for them.
What a lot. This trap set for... Okay, dude.
Society. In contrast, in Japan, what society has witnessed is the rise of a new class of young men defined as herbivore men or grass-eater men. And it's a term used in that country to describe men that have no interest in getting married or of finding a girlfriend. The term herbivore men is also a term used to describe young men who have lost their, quote, manliness, closed
like hikikomoris? Like neats? Well, yeah, okay.
quote, because many of them also have very little interest in sex. And put simply, in Japanese society, it is the perceived loss of manliness or masculinity that defines the herbivore man.
Well, that's the thing right there, isn't it? Perceived loss of masculinity. The reason these guys are checking out isn't because they have a lower fucking testosterone level. It's not because every time they go outside they're lambasted and shamed for being men. The reason these guys are checking out is because there are a lot of fucking problems with Japanese culture. And with American culture. I mean, it's all over, but Japan has it really, really bad between corporate culture and people not being encouraged to socialize properly. There are a lot of issues with the way Japan like brings its kids up, the way that like parents teach their kids how to interact with other people, the way corporate culture plays out. But this isn't like some seething indictment of a drop in testosterone, you know? You just said they have no interest in sex, but you just defended the legitimacy of the MGTOW movement, who are essentially arguing the exact same thing. I'm sure if these like herbivore guys, you know, walked into their room one day and they just saw a gigantic steaming pussy on their bedspread, you know, I'm sure they would go for it. It's not the sex itself that's the issue. It's all the sort of surrounding social and cultural issues that you know, that disencourage them from engaging in that behavior.
Back in the West, while it's not hard at all to see the lack of traditional masculinity in much of the mainstream media as well as academia.
Vice, BuzzFeed, and Huffington Post. I love this. It's not hard to see that people are growing more feminine, just vaguely throwing up. You think he would use Kotaku if he hadn't already used a Kotaku article in this video?
Academia that has come to define masculinity as toxic It was probably best exemplified.
This is another issue with reading comprehension. The term toxic masculinity doesn't mean masculinity is toxic. What toxic masculinity means is there are elements of what we expect men to do that are bad for men. That is what toxic masculinity means. Yeah, go for it. That is what that means. This video is literally full of examples of how harmful toxic masculinity can be. When he's talking about like the MGTOW movement, or he's talking about the herbivore men, he's talking about examples of people who have been wounded because there was a disconnect between how they believe they should act as men and how society believes they should act as men. Like, I've been hearing this same argument for 6 years. I can't believe there are still people who are like, they say all masculinity is toxic. Like, motherfucker, you know what they're saying. You know what the fucking term means. You're just fear-mongering.
Simplified a couple of years ago by the BuzzFeed guys, who in an experiment on male attractiveness,
I know, I remember this one. H-Bomber guy did a video responding to this.
Competed to see who was the hottest of the 4
Oh wait, is this not the
males
same
that
one?
had testosterone levels tested. But like BuzzFeed's readership, or Vox's readership,
And see, they're very low testosterone.
Vice's readership, etc., their results were pretty much what you would have expected them to be. To put it into perspective,
Nope, it's the same. Yep, it's the same one. Nope, never mind. Yeah, H-Bomber guy did a video on this. The Daily Telegraph. From 2017. This is obviously not valid. Yeah, their sperm count was exceedingly high, the 4 guys who were tested, and also testosterone levels can vary fucking massively wildly. What this essentially is people who don't understand how to medically interpret like test results, using that to as an extrapolation for their broader narrative about how men are declining. But it's a very stupid narrative. Imagine believing civilization is falling and you're supporting your argument because 4 guys had from one test lower than average testosterone levels. And you're like, this proves the cultural elite of our country. This proves it. They have nothing. They're weak, new male, soy boy. It's very dumb. You know what was also historically considered a masculine characteristic? Intelligence. Black Pigeon speaks. So you are, by that standard, quite the soy boy new male beta cuck in this video's production.
not a single BuzzFeed beta male met the T-score average. Rather, all of the men tested below the level of a typical 85-year-old man.
This is literally the exact same fucking argument that I think was made by a Paul Joseph Watson video 3 years ago. Just ripping it wholesale. Can you do that? Can you guys sue each other for just stealing each other's like content like that? After it's been like debunked too. Yeesh.
Moreover, 3 of the 4 men tested below the average range, and the male that had the highest testosterone level still had a relatively very low T-score. And what's important and must be noted, and has been noted by Elite Men's Guide, quote, testosterone...
Elite, wait, what was that? Elite Men's Guide? What?
Noted, and has been noted by Elite Men's Guide.
Elite Men's Guide. Okay. What does Elite Men's Guide have to say? What is their medical opinion on the results of the testosterone tests for 4 guys? Just random guys.
Quote, testosterone is what makes a man a man. Close quote.
Well, there you go. Now there we go. Now we know what the Elite Males Guide has to say on masculinity. We've learned.
The hormone indicates muscle mass, body frame, sex drive.
Are you saying that gender is a spectrum? I love it when conservatives do this, because when they do it, they're arguing A, for trans validity, and B, for gender to be a spectrum, because there are a fuckload of trans women who have super high... So wait, this is actually a great argument, because trans men, I mean, they take tests. Trans women take estrogen, alongside other stuff sometimes. And they can sometimes have highly elevated levels above cisgender people of their, identified gender, which is really, really funny because then they would say, oh, well, that's not your natural testosterone level. What the fuck is a natural testosterone level? If I spent a month eating meat, it would end up having a positive effect on my testosterone level, as opposed to just like eating vegetables. What's a natural level? Is the natural testosterone level like after I haven't eaten anything for a week? How much exercise is the actual natural level of testosterone? The more you exercise, the higher testosterone gets, because you activate, I don't know, the fucking hormonal glands that are used to produce the signals that you get to get more muscles. Like what? So the argument here is A, that gender is indeed a spectrum, and B, that transgender people are valid, though it's a true scummy perspective, because unfortunately you have to be on test or HRT for it to be applicable in this case. But hey, that's something.
Aggression and the amount of hair on your chest. These BuzzFeed quote men closed quote were not toxic in their masculinity.
What?
They were simply anemic. And
what?
This is part
That's not what
of an
anemic
alarming
means.
trend and has given rise to what are now the new slang terms to describe these kind of men. New males.
Imagine making this video in 2020 and not 2016. Yes, the rise of the term new male from four guys who... Notice how every single argument he's making is a complete non sequitur, by the way. He went from saying that there aren't enough male porn stars in Japan to saying that a lot of men are alienated and withdrawing from society, which is true, to saying that there are four guys one time who took a test and that means that new male is a term. What the fuck are we talking about? I haven't heard somebody use new male like online in a really long time. This video came out a month ago. Imagine being this late on the discourse. July 11th, so about a month and a half ago. Like it's you know? Imagine making a video like, this is why we call people cucks, because one guy wrote an article for Kotaku and then he got cheated on. This is the rise of the cuck. And with a bunch of dramatic images of like a guy's face, you know, moving by. It's just really dumb.
Beta males.
Beta!
And soy boys.
Soy boys.
And could this phenomenon, the twinkification, if you will, of the modern man, have more serious repercussions? Well, in a recent article in Forbes, when talking about the precipitous drop in testosterone, the author Neil...
What drop? I notice he hasn't actually described what the drop is.
Howe had this to say. Studies show that men's testosterone levels have been declining for decades, and it's revealing a substantial drop in U.S. men's testosterone levels since the 1980s, with average levels declining by about 1% per year. And at the same time, multiple European studies have found that sperm counts are sinking and that the musculoskeletal strength among young men is in free fall.
Why, though?
There are many theories as to why this is the case.
There's many theories, I'm sure. There's an answer, though. There is an answer to this. By the way, he hasn't really demonstrated that there's actually like a link between positive outcomes and how high your testosterone is. Apparently, you can be like a successful internet commentator / article reviewer dude and have super low test. Those guys probably make like decent money. So I have no idea. It's just it's weird. He didn't establish that the men who are withdrawing from society are doing so because of their low testosterone. He didn't establish, by the way, if he did that, he would be calling the entire MGTOW movement low T, which he didn't say directly, probably to specifically avoid calling them out in that respect. And now he's making the argument that like there's less T, and that's why this is all happening. But we'll see where he goes with this.
Environmental, physical, with such things as obesity and even the social transformation of gender roles. Whatever the case, you're not the man your father was.
Even if I was exactly the same testosterone level as my father, I still wouldn't be the same. What a weird, like, bootlicky thing that, like, you're not the same as your daddy. Okay. Cool. I like my dad, don't get me wrong. I'm cool being my own dude, though. Here's the real answer. Guys, are you ready for the real answer for why test levels are dropping? You ready for it? Okay. It's 3 really, really big correlative reasons. They all sort of wind together. Pollution, Changes in our food, changes in the work that we do. That's simple. Pollution, the chemicals that are put into the air and into the water, have had an undeniable impact on our chemical makeup. You can look up studies on that if you would like to. The food that we eat, likewise. Additionally, obesity can have consequences with regards to your testosterone makeup. There are also plenty of studies on that. And third and finally, now that we live in a service economy, there are fewer and fewer people who work, firstly, out in the fields, and secondly, like out in factory jobs. More and more people live sedentary lifestyles, sitting in front of the computer for hours every single day to talk about Black Pigeon Speaks videos. And these factors altogether have negative impacts on your testosterone. If all you were eating was fucking jerky meat that you hunted from deer while running around the plains, you got plenty of sun and exercise, and the only time you ever fucking laid down was to sleep, then you would probably be significantly higher T. I don't really... so, by the way, that would mean that all the Chad men in the 1950s that BPS is jerking himself off thinking over would be significantly more feminine than the true alpha males of the warrior diet hunter-gatherer Chads who once roamed the plains of the world. That would actually be... Those are like the ultimate men. So if he got it back to 1950s levels, would he be like, well, you're not the man your great, 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 so on and so on, father used to be, because he was running around, you know, doing, I don't know, hunter-gatherer stuff.
Clearly. As previously stated, this transformation of men is having significant effects on not only gender relations.
You haven't determined that causation at all. All you've indicated is that gender relations are changing and that T levels are dropping, but you haven't actually secured a connection between those two things.
But upon society itself. In a very interesting hypothesis put forward by the author Roy Barzilai, who I have spoken with about this subject in his book, The Testosterone Hypothesis, How Hormones Regulate the Life Cycle of Civilizations.
That sounds like an extremely scientific perspective. This sounds like the strong men create good times create weak men create hard times create strong men thing. You know, just like a conjecture. What is how hormones regulate the life cycles of civilization? We weren't even doing testosterone tests earlier than like a few decades ago. Yeah, Rome collapsed over the course of like 1,000 years because of all the low testosterone. Let me look this guy up. Roy Barzilai. Didn't he say that Black Pigeon Speaks had spoken with him? That would kind of indicate this guy's a crank. Roy... I can't type. Barzilai. Okay, here we go. Roy Barzilai. The testosterone hypothesis. Testosterone and civilization. Testosterone civ. Yeah, okay, here we go. Low T mania. Hold on. About the author. Can we get like a Wikipedia? Is that possible? That is not him. About Roy Barzilai. An independent scholar who studied both Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism and Rivka Schechter's philosophy of language rooted in the Hebrew Bible, the synthesis of Rand's Aristotelian philosophy and the biblical creed of ethical monotheism provides profound insights into the ideas that shaped the Western mind. By exploring the intellectual history of Western civilization, Roy seeks to reach a greater understanding of the human mind. Yeah, this guy sounds like a little bit of a fucking crank to me, personally. What is an independent scholar? So I assume that means no research, no backing up, no fucking... Oh, God. Medium. Sex wars, the fall of Western dominance. Yeah, this also plays into the genre. I'm just going to guess of a deeply, either himself a deeply insecure or somebody who appeals to deeply insecure men who are looking to tie their feelings of emasculation to a broader narrative of cultural decline so they can be justified in being fascists. That's essentially it. That's actually how a lot of fascists do their shit. They have to tie it back to some sort of essentialist perspective on the relationship between man and their environment. So all the guys who aren't getting enough sex are like, of course it's the fucking Jews. And then they go out there and vote Trump and, I don't know, Sieg Heil while driving around the back of pickup trucks. All right.
In this book, he outlines how testosterone plays in the aging, motivation, and the influence of all manner of behavior.
Okay.
The book notes, as I have touched upon, the dwindling presence of testosterone in current Western civilization, and I would add Japanese as well. And this explains the negative repercussions of a society's cultural elimination of testosterone-driven attributes. Civilizations are adapting living systems created by its members and are influenced by changes in them over time. Or put simply, the forces that drive the life cycles of human cultures and that form the engine of history, what the book argues is our hormones, well, these are the impetus for our history and, more importantly, for our future.
Yeah, so again, declining testosterone rates are causing the death of Western civilization. Yes, yes. This is all conjecture. It's actually pretty extraordinary how confident these people are in putting their insane bullshit out there with absolutely no... He hasn't, like, justified a causal link between any of these ideas. How does anyone watch this guy? He's so boring. His viewership has declined pretty significantly over time, I think. But yeah, like, this is for doomers. This is for, like, super insecure dudes who are supposed to watch this and think, like, oh, that's why everything's fucked up and why I can't get a girl, you know? That's what it's for.
Just for the casual observer, one look around and it's not hard to see that our civilization is descending into a pathological state of confusion, degradation, and directionlessness.
I mean, sure, but why? You can't just look around and say things are bad and also testosterone levels are going down. Therefore, you know, you could do a lot of correlative shit. Did you know that there has been a precipitous decline in the number of sales of the Nintendo GameCube over the past 15 years? Did you guys know that? The number of Nintendo GameCubes that have been bought and sold in the open market has only gone down each year. And I can't help but notice that society has also gotten quite a bit worse over the course of that period of time, which means fewer people are playing Super Mario Sunshine. And that's the only game I can remember from the GameCube.
It's eating itself from the inside out.
Evocative, emotional language.
We've even lost the desire to replace ourselves.
What do you mean, lost the desire to replace ourselves? Again, the population for the United States is only going up with time. God, I wish he would just say white people.
And it doesn't get any more end times for a civilization when people refuse to have children.
People aren't refusing to have children. People in all developed societies are having less and less children because their societies are getting developed. This isn't just happening in white countries, by the way. This is all... Guys, the black population in America is being subject to the exact same stressors that reduce the population growth as white people in America. In Japan? Well, Japan is a developed country. Japan's also non-white, and this guy's saying our people. This guy's a fucking race-obsessed dipshit. He's not saying our people to refer to Japanese populations. China will have a population decrease in the next 50 years. Yeah, this will eventually happen to every country on Earth. Our country is just developed first.
But given the fact that we now have tools that were absolutely unavailable to previous generations, if dialogue can take place, and that's a big if, maybe we can avert the crash of modern civilization.
What dialogue? Why are you so vague? Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. These videos are so deliberately fucking vague.
Key thinkers and intellectuals see upon our horizon. And this will require a paradigm shift in thinking, because masculinity isn't toxic. It's the yin to...
Nobody talks about how masculinity is inherently nobody says that. Jesus Christ. You could walk up to this guy and say like, hey, some dudes are rapists, and he would be like, men are not inherently rapists. They don't, like, you could do like anything with these guys. They're so desperate to feel oppressed, they'll interpret like literally fucking anything.
To femininity's yang, and what the real toxicity in our culture is the culture and gender wars promulgated by the real toxic ideologies that have been allowed to spread over the past several decades. And these ideas, similar to Maoism and communism.
What? Similar to Maoism and communism. You know what I bet that is? I bet one time he read a feminist quote from Mao, so he thought like, yeah, dude, feminism is like Maoism. What is it? Women hold up one half of the sky? He's like, yes, this is like Maoism.
Need to be put on the dustbin of history. Or we could just keep going in the same direction we're on and see where this mess that we've created for ourselves leads us. Because
that's extraordinary. This guy with the whole video without making a single argument or even an attempt at a causational claim.
Because in the end, it's our choice.
That's amazing. He went the whole video without ever making an actual claim. Everyone talks about lack of masculinity in the West, but what about lack of femininity? Sure, women may look feminine, but they have the attitude of a frat boy. Big turnoff. I'm sure all the women of America are mourning your abstinence from the dating process. Of all the men playing Shadow Legends? True! That's fucking true. Anything else here that's super liked? Doesn't help porn is literally draining the testosterone of men. Ooh, that's funny. They're like, ooh, porn is draining men's testosterone, but Coomer fucking BPS began the video by just putting like a model here to stare at the camera and eye fuck you. Ooh. It's interesting because society is more sexualized than ever. That's true. I'm an older guy who's been in a position to date younger women. They complain constantly about the lack of masculinity in younger men, but they're oblivious about how they're insisting on it. Okay. What? Don't you think younger women who would be looking for older men might not be the average, might not be an average representation of what women are interested in? Like, if you're 50 and, like, a bunch of 18-year-olds are fawning over you, of course those 18-year-olds are going to have daddy issues who probably do think that the average man these days is less masculine than what they're looking for. No, young men are having less sex. Remember the 80-20 rule? Dude, again, sorry. These positions are completely incompatible. You can't simultaneously believe society is denigrating masculinity, but also think that chads are hypersexually successful. You can't. These are completely incompatible positions. You can't believe both of them. You can't say, society is demonizing men. They're demonizing masculinity. They're saying masculinity is toxic. But then also, the chads, they get all the jobs. They get all the pussy, the chads. Like, you can't do both. You can't believe both of these things. They're completely incompatible. Either society worships masculinity or it denigrates it. If you think it denigrates it, then the incel Chad theory should be completely wrong. And all the incels who are on the fucking online forums talking about how they're all beta males with no chins should be getting all the pussy. But they're not, are they? Earlier you said you talk about why the fact we're all having less sex is bad. Why is that? Dude, because people are fucking lonely now. People are lonely and sad, especially men. Absolutely, especially men. If you're a woman, stop watching. Men especially are having harder and harder times finding emotional connections. And there is a real problem in our society with men not understanding what they're supposed to be, especially when it comes to dating. They don't understand. They don't know. Because on one hand, they're being taught all the boomer mantras about how they need to man up and be super hyper fucking aggressive and masculine. And the girl comes up to you and the girl's like, can you hold my purse, and you're supposed to slap the purse out of her hand and then kiss her, you know? Like, you're getting that narrative on one hand, but then on the other hand, you're getting people saying, like, you should be respectful to women, you know? They're people too. And I do generally sympathize with the latter narrative. I do think women are people. Vosh, what is the solution? The solution is dialectical in nature. We have to resolve the contradictions between our current understanding of the gender paradigm and what we want those understandings to represent. Right now, ideally, most people who are young agree that men and women should be equal and probably should have freedom to choose which gender roles they want to fill, how you want to live your life, stop being super fucking shamed or persecuted for behaving a certain way. But on the other hand, there are a lot of people in our society who think men should behave X and women should behave Y. And the problem is very often a man with position A will interact with a woman with position B. It's not all a men's thing. There are tons of women out there who are catty, dumb fuck bitches who are only looking for like a guy to provide for them. And that hurts them as much as it hurts the guys. Have you ever seen like a bunch of women in Twitter threads who are talking about how like they don't even really like having sex with men or how they actually aren't that attracted to men? You know, have you seen people talk about that? It's actually really depressing. It's like, damn, do you girls even like men, or do you just like the wallets? Or would you rather be lesbian, or like what's the? It's really, really weird. And it is a big mess, and we don't have any easy solutions for it right now, frankly. The best thing that we can do right now is to set goals for the future. Probably in my mind, that'd be egalitarian goals, and then to continue working towards them and make life as easy as possible for people who are caught in the transition. This happens any time we have a change in like a broader social narrative about how men and women should interact. We did the same fucking thing in the 60s, and for the most part, people have moved on since then, you know? So yeah, that's what we need to do. And if Black Pigeon Speaks actually gave a fuck about lonely guys, he would actually make videos on self-help. He would make videos about what they can do. He would make videos on helping people understand the way they are and the way they should be. But he doesn't make videos like that. He makes videos trying to appeal to doomer incels who are on the brink of killing themselves so he can make a last couple bucks of ad revenue off of them before they inevitably go off to drive a truck into a fucking BLM rally or something. Yeah, he doesn't do that. There's no market for self-help or actual advice in incel communities because they're not looking for it. They're looking for justifications for the way they are and the way they feel. Which, you know, where the fuck did that come from? Wait, what? Where the fuck did the argument that hyper-lonely men who are being radicalized to fascism by an ethno-nationalist might turn to terrorist attacks? History? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Factual information? Evidence? Data? One of those things. Yeah. Black Pigeon Speaks doesn't give a fuck about any of these guys, and I know there are going to be conservatives molding in my YouTube comment section after I post this segment, saying like, he's just trying to bring the light to these issues, and you don't care about these men. That's not true. Every time I talk about these issues, I care very deeply about it. I know how it affects people. I've had friends, and I have friends who are really, really sad and lonely, and there's a lot of antagonism there between them and society, between them and the people they want to date, between them and the people who are telling them they're not doing it all the right way. So it bothers me when people, you know, sort of push themselves as false prophets, kind of, who make a living off of, you know, propagating these narratives of keeping these people in the dirt, rather than actually helping them understand and address these issues. There's no easy way out, but like, fuck me, dude. Watching BPS videos where he talks about how new males are this video implicitly condemns the incel community as well, by the way, because he's arguing that the reason why there's this big civilizational shift is because men have lower testosterone, but then he's saying that the hikikomoris and the incels and the MGTOWs over here in America are also pulling away from society, which kind of implies the reason they're doing that is because their testosterone is too low for them to actually court any women. It's like, well, wait, like, fuck, you know? It's like, what are we doing, you know? At this point, like, what are we offering advice, or are we just here to point and laugh? I don't think the testosterone levels are that indicative of what like a man's you know, dating prowess is. Through high school and onward, I've never really had trouble like finding people to hook up with. I don't know what my testosterone level is. I'm a pretty large and like hairy dude. It might be high, but it varies tremendously. And I know there are a lot of dudes out there who are super short and hairless and femme looking who are themselves like pretty fucking successful in hooking up with other people. I just don't think there's a direct relationship between this like hyper masculinity and your ability to be successful when flirting with other people. I think a lot of it just comes down to functionally being confident and being comfortable with yourself, you know? Remember when my coworker said that she could smell your testosterone in you? Yeah, that was sexual harassment. Okay, you're lucky statute of limitations and crossing state lines has already taken place. I'm kidding. Anyway, yeah, it's just we can do better with this than doomer incel bullshit. All right, go team. We actually have a conversation in just a little bit. Today's actually been, guys. Can I be honest with you guys? Can I be a bloomer for a moment? Can I be a bloomer? I came into the stream super tired. I'm enjoying this stream. Thank you. You're doing okay. Are you going to speak on Armin Navabi spreading JQ, spreading cultural Marxism?
And if you want to fight the people in power, the main tool that those people have is not the means of production. It's culture and identity. Identity based on biology. Identity based on ethnicity, sex, gender, sexual orientation, and all that. And like we need to like instead of making just the lower class rise up against the upper class, we need to make the non-white rise up against the white. We can make the gay against the straight.
Oh, I get it. I think he's poorly characterizing. I think he's poorly characterizing the arguments of like woke people or something like that. I don't really care. Armin Navabi, I've been increasingly disappointed with some of his perspectives on certain issues after speaking with him. I think he was reasonable in our conversation for the most part, but yeah. Comment about Shu and short fat otaku? What am I supposed to comment on? I don't know what the commentary would be. Hold on, I need to pee super quickly, and then I'm going to read donos. Make sure to donate to compensate for my suffering. Go team. Nice. All right. Raven Power with the $5. Is Islamophobia generally to do with race? I think it is in most cases. Yeah, of course. Islamophobia has very little to do with Islam and a lot to do with brown people. Posada Sean with the $2. Thank you, comrade. I looked up Psychic Dolphin Garage. It's a podcast. They appear to be leftists with a Posadas motif, so I'll be checking them up. Nice to hear that, comrade. Quantum Q with a very kind $10. Thank you. What's your opinion on the new NVIDIA GPUs? Also, keep it up. Did you mean to send this to another live stream? My opinion on NVIDIA GPUs. Well, I don't fucking know, to be honest. Yeah, Django Geek with a very kind $5. In capitalist society, it's not illegal to democratize the workplace. In your society, you want to make it illegal for the workplace to be undemocratized? Yep. Just like in a feudal society, it's not illegal for you to not live under a lord, but in our society, it is illegal for you to live under a lord, yes. I don't have an issue with illegality being used as a tool to prevent the consolidation of power to the detriment of others. Yeah. Ad hoc Amuro with a very kind tier 1 sub. Thank you. Sub homie, greetings from KC. Thank you. Hell yeah. The Lone Grifter with a very kind tier 2 sub. Thank you. You should play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance around election time. I'll consider it, comrade. I've seen a lot of good stuff about that game. Straight Raid with a very kind tier 1 sub. Can you debunk Ben's soft bigotry of low expectations meme? Did you really ask me 3 fucking questions in here? Sure, the easy debunk is people will behave predictably given predictable circumstances. White poor people are also subject to circumstances that would require outside help for them to, on average, do better. Black people have that in addition to other things associated with their race. Do you think Bella Thorne gentrified OnlyFans? I don't know enough about it to really say. Do you think white silence is violence is true? I mean, it's kind of evocative language. Do I literally think a white person not talking about black suffering is violence? No, of course not. Do I think that it contributes to and sort of propagates social violence against black people for white people to not comment on the prevalence of that injustice? Yeah, I'd say so, probably. Epoch Times. I need to do an Epoch Times segment. Thank you very much, comrade. Yeah, for sure. Maybe Omnitard. I do have Dolphin Bar. 256 PGR. Go through the actual vid and show us exactly what you would have done different in Blake's case. Like, what if you couldn't stop him? Let him go high-speed chase. Dude, Jacob Blake slowly walked around the car while surrounded by officers. At any point during that, any one of them could have tackled him. I'm not going to get caught in this trap where we do like what if scenarios here. The police clearly mishandled this. He walked around. One of the cops was closer to the car door than he was initially. The cop could have just stood in his way. Instead, they waited for him to get into the fucking car before diving to grab his shirt, and then they just opened up on him. Yeah. Yeah, don't they have tasers? Like, fuck, dude. He was wearing a tank top. Tasers will go through that. Tortellini, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. Baritone OW, thank you, comrade. Please put a funny pin in the Weeb channel. We have no pins. I'll keep it in mind, comrade. Derek with a very kind $5. Thank you. Police training in America. True. Boomer meme, but true. Trumer meme, perhaps. Apparently, they had already tased him by then. They keep tasing him. I mean, if he's walking, keep tasing him. Or tackle him. Or do something. Just do something. Just do something. That's it. Dark Sam is the $5. You know that 84% of cops voted for Trump in 2016. ACAB is in fact correct, Pepe. Oh, yeah, for sure. Cops overwhelmingly vote for like the conservative candidate, yeah. Yarrow with the $5. Thank you. White guy in my city of Bloomington, Minnesota, just murdered his wife, then tried to kill 2 others before shooting at cops 40 times and was apprehended unharmed. Yep. White people get away with this shit pretty fucking easy. Gail D with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. My housemate in college joined the Garda, the Irish police. The guy didn't know the difference between hippies and travelers. Our caravan culture. Oh, are you Romani? Well, whatever the case may be, probably something you should know, right? Markinator with the $5. Yes, I disagree with Destiny's take there. Tracusian with the 5 Canadian. Thank you. Look up the beautiful male syndrome. Basically, females of all species lose sex drive when their surroundings are too crowded. Sure. Yeah, I can look into that. I don't know. Tadell with a very kind tier 1 sub. Thanks for pulling me from the BOB shit. You've inspired me to start a channel soon. Also, check this shit out. You linked me to a Dead 404 link. I have no idea what you were linking there, comrade, but thank you. Thoughtful Jack with the incredibly kind $10. Hey man, thank you. Thanks for being you. Kick ass and take names. Here's some more dog content. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Violent babies. Mouth fighting. That's how you kiss. Really bad game worth of $5. In my 32 years of life, I can't think of more than one good interaction in the DARE program with cops, and even then she harassed me 10 years later. Ha! Dude, DARE, I can't believe DARE is a real thing that actually happened in real life. Holy fuck, I can't believe how bad our system is. It's insane. Gangstar with a very kind $10. Nice soft porn stream, Vosh. Can we have a nice lefty discussion about Zoomer culture and the effect of radicalization? Keep up the good work. I can't make a promise to that, Gangstar. My schedule has been pretty fucking wild lately, but I appreciate the $10 and the congratulations. The Chaos Card with a very kind $10. Thank you. What's also gross is how deceitful police reports are. Police will first escalate a situation, which will set up their use of deadly force. It's then coded as justified use of force in reports. Yeah, of course. What we need to do in this country is any time a cop kills somebody, we assume the cop is in the wrong. The cop had the power there, the cop had the weapon there, and the cop was the one who lived. We need to assume the cop was in the wrong, and the cop needs to demonstrate that it was a justified use of force. They have to argue that, and they should be arguing it in court if it's an unambiguous or if it's an ambiguous case, or in a public setting if it's a fairly unambiguous case, like if there was a drive-by or something else extreme like that. 100%. Sneaky Wikiki, no problem, comrade. Yeah. Military and cops are not the same thing. Daniel Rathbun, yeah, the twinkification beam, if only. And Markinator with the $5. Atheism is Unstoppable, Haiti your Jacob Blake video. Whoa! Atheism is Unstoppable, a racist who literally made a Twitter handle after his band called He Wasn't Jogging in reference to Ahmaud Arbery, the jogger, didn't like my Jacob Blake video. Gabrielle Dino Hunter with the incredibly kind $20.69. Thank you. Just found out 2 days ago that my little stepbrother came out as trans. Thankfully, our family is based. Shout out to my little sister / trans rights. And Vosh, my dude, soups are so easy to make. Learn to soup, my dude. Listen, the soup in Campbell's Chunky, it's just fine. Campbell's Chunky. It's what a man needs. Cha-ching. Seriously, though, hell yeah. Happy to hear your brother is more comfortable in who they are now. Adam Flores, the very kind $20. BPS and people like him are the reason why some people are absolutely crazy. Created a crank force circa 2015, and people like me are the only ones who significantly made changes on their own to escape the poisonous thinking. Yeah, for sure. That line of thought is super fucking cancerous for the people who get caught into it, for sure. Artificial Feathers, thanks to the $5 and the kind words. Comrade 747 to get to 2-1 sub. Thank you. Pinko Moore with the €5. I'm on Facebook quite frequently, and Jesus Left Book hates your guts and bombards it with bad faith arguments. Anyway, love your content. The entire online left hates me. Unfortunately, a lot of fans of mine have learned to be quiet about their appreciation for me because they get bullied in lefty spaces for liking me, which is actually, I feel really, really bad for them, you know? But all we got to do is grow until there are so many of us that it don't matter. Yeah, just got to write VDS. I love seeing waves of BDS on Twitter, you know? Chevalier with a very kind $5. I think Marx talked about the Chads creating the means for the virgins to bring about their own destruction. I don't know. I don't need theory. You pretty much got it right. And Ricky Solis, the very kind $10. Vosh, it feels like the extent of self-help out there is just to work harder. I never find any left-wing feminist self-help content for young men, so it seems like they don't care. I respect that, but respectfully, I see so much discussion on like how men should be happy and how men can be fulfilled in their gender identity in feminist spaces that it's insane. Just it never gets out there or taken seriously, you know? I see so much all the fucking conservative male self-help is like basically like top 10 tips on how to legally get away with raping women. And like the lefty self-help stuff tends to be like much more legitimate, comprehensive you know, advice when it comes to how to deal with being a man and how to resolve that with the expectations that society levies on you. I don't have any, like, books in mind or anything like that. Illusion Cube's vids, the $5. Have you seen all the fuck shit the Iowa governor has been on as of recent? I feel like it hasn't gotten the coverage it deserves. I can take a look at it. I haven't heard of it, though. Our Bethany with the $5. I hate hikikomori men. I grew up in Japan. And our school had to stop outside gym because they would take pictures of us in our gym uniforms without our consent. White men, too. Damn. That's cool. Jesus Christ. Whew. Mjolnir with the €5. Won't you speak about the murder of the fascist? I talked about it yesterday. Arvid Persson with the very kind 59 kronar. I had a friend like this. I stopped hanging around with him because of how dense and arrogant and boring he was. Can only talk in vague generalities. Dude, people who talk like that very loftily in vague generalities are the most insufferable fucking self-absorbed cunts in the universe. It is insane how self-absorbed they are, dude. Yes, well, the decline of civilization can naturally get traced back to the conditions of masculine, like, you know, like, it ends up getting, when you're that vague, you're never wrong, and that's the goal. Yeah, Brendan. BPS is just a walking, talking dog whistle. Fucking true. Comrade Nolan, Okay Buddy Vouch is a mimic of Okay Buddy Retard, a Zoomer shitpost site. Here's a meme that I made. Thank you for typing all that out.
What if you wanted to go to heaven, but God said...
Fucking retard. Jesus Christ. He's banned. Ban him in chat, too. Who's mod right now? Get him out of here. Wasting my fucking time. Who did I get that mad at? What the fuck? How much of my... I used to be mad 24/7 back when I was in my original apartment, so... A literal god of the $5. How do you feel about elections in a socialist society? What should we do when non-socialist parties win and roll back to capitalism? Well, we wouldn't. The the ideally, like, there would be no reason in a socialist society why anyone would ever vote for capitalists. Like, why would you ever? Imagine imagine being like a collective ownership of your workplace, you know, and with strong like social society, and someone's running on the ticket of what if you all had to go back to working for an authoritarian boss, you know? What if we went back to you having to pay for basic life services? Like, why would there, like, it would make as much sense as like a monarchist party winning today, which, I mean, fascist parties can win today, but I don't think that socialism would electorally transition to capitalism in that way. The Church of Shulkinism with a very kind $5. What's a good charity to donate to instead of you? I don't want to give a ton of money to the rich. I don't know. Donate again to me in $5. Sorry, donate again in 5 minutes, and I'll answer. I'll think it over. Okay. Django Geek with $5. How can I get in a call with you? It's pretty sporadic. No promises right now. Call of Chaos, the Tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much, comrade. Happy to hear you've been able to get some drawing done. Fuck yeah. And Brittany with the $5. I quit my job today because they let a known sexual harasser come back to work. Any words of encouragement or discouragement? That's a pretty principled stance you're taking. Pog and epic, comrade. I hope you're able to take care of yourself during the interim. Seriously. But good on you for taking that stand. And we have a couple of links to go through. And then we're having a conversation with Elijah Manley, who was a congressional candidate in Florida, who unfortunately did not win their primaries, but I thought it might be nice to have a conversation with them anyway. Ishmael, thanks to $5. What is this? This is going to be, I hate you people, whatever.
No, I just want to.
Oh shit! It's Rick Ashley! Now please spare me, Rick Ashley! I wasted all of my money on OnlyFans!
Is this what it feels like to grow old? Is this what it feels like? Gangstar with the incredibly kind $10. Gangstar, you can always email me, but I can't promise anything, comrade. Thank you very, very much, though. I really appreciate it. Bourgeois Z with the very kind 1069. Been watching you 2 to 3 months. You pulled me out of anarcho-capitalism. Just a little something to thank you for that. Also, baby, thank you. And also, baby. 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 They watch me. Baby. They are friends. Baby. Baby. True. It's me, Marin, with the incredibly kind $20. I don't think the military has higher standards argument is effective. The right wants us to gun down brown people with impunity overseas as well. Yeah, I recognize that, but it is undeniable that the military is required to adhere to, at least on paper, a higher standard of discipline when it comes to engagement in combat, like by a much higher extent. You can be court-martialed in the military for your behavior. You aren't going to be fucking arrested as a cop for police brutality. That shit never happens. At most, you get fired, and even then, you just get picked up by another department. Definitely not saying the military is perfect, though. Z Nova with the $10, sending good vibes your way. Thank you and much appreciated. Tiarwa with the $10. Hey, I just hope you get some sleep tonight. You deserve some rest, comrade. Also, I'm just curious what kind of music you like apart from Ben Shapiro WAP mix. I mostly just listen to anime and video game soundtracks, comrade. Thank you. I appreciate that. Brendan with the $3, just the ticket, just the ticket, just the ticket. I don't know what that's a reference to, but I agree. Clara Joe Coulterman with the $10. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about condensing theory into manageable bits when talking to centrists or moderates. Yeah, well, yeah, I could do that. What, you want me to do like a little like school of life, little 5-minute breakdown of the general theoretical perspectives of different thinkers or of the ideas they touted? I guess that'd be fun, but the problem is people would like, all the tankies would get mad at me for like doing a simplified version because they would say I'm misrepresenting it, you know? What do you think of the video Destiny made where he accused you of arguing in bad faith? I obviously disagree with his arguments. I think he acted in extreme bad faith. I think he was incredibly condescending to me, that he would frequently jump to irrelevant topics. He would engage in whataboutism. That's not to say that he was incorrect in his argument. This is outside the actual content of the discussion that we had. But I think he engaged in really bad faith. And I think he always has, frankly, when it comes to talking with me, unless we're speaking amicably with one another. I don't know why he does that, but it won't matter anymore. Sperm King with the $10. So slowly turning me into a socialist. Commentary is dead on. Partner with an animator and make a PragerU alternative. Maybe, comrade. That's a lot of responsibility. All right, we're almost done with donations. Bolshevik Liberal. Nice name. Thanks for the $5. Baby! I think you both overreacted. None of you were in bad faith. So just to be perfectly clear, the fact that after that conversation, Destiny was characterizing my argument as me saying that rapists and the victims of lynching can't fight back or kill their attackers, their rapists or their lynchers. The fact that he characterized my argument that way is a pretty strong indication that he's acting in bad faith, because I was very specific with those two examples to explain why I don't believe that's the case, why you can kill to defend yourself there, obviously. I said it directly in the discussion. He took that back in the breakdown after he realized he was wrong. Well, that's interesting, and I suppose I appreciate that. Thank you, comrade. Stinky Binky with the incredibly kind $20. Or you should make the Bernie bruvs look very stupid. Now go check out our new Daddyland video where we do journalism. Yeah? Music! You want me to watch the 58-minute video?
Hey, wouldn't it be crazy if we did a Walking Dead parody or something?
This is actually pretty cool. You got like
they tend to, that it's all the government's fault, which it isn't. In the core case, it's because...
That's actually pretty cool. This is actually a really good setup for a podcast. The only thing that would really differentiate it from a high-tier podcast is a different lighting, and you would need secondary and tertiary cameras to get face shots for both the people here. But it's actually put together pretty well.
Hard, you would.
And you even have interjections? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, wait here. That's good. Trump interview. In 5 minutes, we are talking to a former congressional candidate. Baby thread for serotonin, please take care. Oh, thank you, Centeria. Oh my God, so many babies. So many babies. I got you, Stinky Binky. You had 3 cams in the first one. What a look at the curly belly. Ooh. Wah. Look at them. Look at the little dumbass smile. Baby. Too many pics to look at individually. Very good baby, though. Exceedingly good baby. Thank you. Milnar with the €5. That is true. I won't publish yesterday's segment. I will talk about the fascist who was killed again. Patrick Asher with the £5. Thank you. What do you think will happen if the DNC rigs the primary against John Delaney in 2024 again? I think the unrest in the U.S. will be worse than the 1960s. The reason why I wasn't that upset when Bernie lost the primary is because my heart had already been torn out by Delaney's loss. So I don't know, comrade. It's hard to pick yourself up from that kind of stuff, you know? Howie Wowie with the $5. What's your quick analysis of funding the police more in order to give them better training and mental evaluation? I think we should spend more on police per police officer. But I think that the total amount of money that we spend on the police departments is unjustified, because much of that money could instead go to other programs or other services that could take the jobs of some of those police officers. But per police officer, yeah, I want them to have more training. I want them to have, more oversight. These things cost money. Defund the police narrative is more about making sure those funds go to places where they can better address these issues than it is just cutting the police budget in half, you know? Here's a good example, by the way, SWAT teams. Knowing Better has a great video on this. Did you know SWAT teams are fucking useless? They're just fucking useless. A bunch of cities have SWAT teams now, the majority of cities. They just don't do what they're supposed to. Yeah, they just don't. They were created largely in response to the school shooting epidemic. And because, because on an intuitive level, the idea of every city having a more militarized police department makes sense. In reality, it just doesn't pan out that way. It just doesn't work. When the SWAT teams do something well, it's usually something the police could have done anyway. And very often the SWAT teams bungle serious situations, Most SWAT teams are just used for like no-knock raids on drug dealers, Yeah. SWAT teams are mostly used for like breaking into people's homes, but you don't need fucking SWAT teams for that shit. How often do SWAT teams break into a house and it turns into a fucking shootout where their tactical vests come in handy for the hail of gunfire coming their way? That's not generally reflective, but SWAT teams are pretty fucking expensive. 25th Mage, thanks for the $5. I haven't heard of Decadence. Thoughts on Alex Morse's loss? It sucks, but it was always a long shot. Drew Black with the $10. Hey, Vosh, just wanted to thank you for what you do. I live in Tennessee, and I'm surrounded by Trump supporters wherever I go. Watching you helps me cope with feelings of hopelessness in this backward state. I'm sorry to hear that, comrade, but I completely understand. Yeah, there are some really closed-off islands out there. We need to talk to a Deuterino. I'm going to give him a quick message. Just a happy little conversation, okay? That's what we're going to do. And I just closed the chat. Cringe and not based. Socialist MMA just called us homophobic and racist. Socialist MMA, you're the one with the chud tag. That makes you homophobic and racist. What are you talking about? Also, Socialist, how can you be in this chat the entire day and still be mad at me? Look what a cool dude I am. I was correct in that too. Stay mad. That you're a homophobe? I fell asleep for 2 hours because you were so boring. Ah, this guy's not Socialist MMA. Wait a second. Isn't his name Socialism MMA? I just realized it's a different name. Come on. No fakers. As long as there was some ambiguity. All right. Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? I did hear you. Hello, hello, hello?
Okay.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. You're probably going to want to turn off your camera, though. We're working with limited bandwidth. Hello, hello? Uh-oh.
Try something. Okay, let me just move from over
here. I hear you.
Okay, I'm probably in like the den of my house, so let me move away from here. Maybe this will be better. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can hear you better now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah. It's I assume you're just off Wi-Fi, so it'd be whichever's closest to the router. How you doing, man? Do you want to introduce yourself to everyone watching?
Sure, definitely. I'm doing pretty well. Elijah Manley here. I'm a 21-year-old activist and organizer in South Florida in Broward County. I'm also was a candidate for office. I ran for state representative in the 94th House District in Florida. Came up short in that endeavor, but I'm still here. I'm part of the Black Lives Matter Alliance in Broward County, Florida. We deal with everything regarding criminal justice reform, holding police officers accountable in our county. And I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was interested in just having a quick conversation with you, I guess, about electoral politics, your campaign, and advice that you would have. What really struck me about your candidacy was, in large part, your age. Has been a tidal wave, I think, of viable progressive Democrats who are quite young, who have been running all across the country. And there are people in my audience who I know might themselves be interested in doing that. So my question for you is, broadly, did you have a good time?
I had an amazing time. I mean, it was a really interesting year, though. I'm a second time candidate actually. This year was I ran for school board in 2018, but this year was a little different. I mean, we had a global health pandemic. We had things kind of got a little tense in the country around the problem with racism in this country.
I would say things are a little tense at the moment. Yeah.
Very tense. So being a candidate during all of that, especially a progressive candidate, really kind of brought some new things to light. I learned a little bit, but I also had an interesting time connecting with voters, just seeing how, how different our base of voters are in the country or in my district. There were a lot of different people, and the things they cared about were a little bit different too. Not everybody fit differently into a category or political definition. I just had amazing conversations with people, learned a little bit that I didn't know, and grew as a person as well.
How did you try to reach out to voters in your area? What was your campaign strategy? I know that because you were running for the state House of Representatives, we're not talking about a campaign apparatus the same like a senator would have, but you're still fundamentally working towards the same goal: get people to recognize your name, get people to think of you favorably. How did you handle that? What was your approach?
It was definitely difficult. I mean, when we started out campaigning, it was, I guess, 2 to 3 months before the pandemic. We were able to knock doors, hold events, whatnot. And then the pandemic happened, and we kind of had to go all virtual. So we had to close our campaign office. We had a campaign office, and we went entirely virtual. So what we were able to do was a lot of phone banking, calling voters, text banking, which is texting voters, and we sent some mail to voters as well. But we also were able to reach a lot of our constituents in the district who just needed help, people who needed groceries, who needed food, who needed help getting their bills paid. So we were able to do a lot of things to help those people, a lot of mutual aid activities to help people. So we were able to organize events to get people food, to help pay their bills, to get the tools they needed, and connect them to resources that were available as well. So we did a lot of that, even if it cost us votes and took away crucial time from get out the vote efforts or direct voter outreach. We were still able to assist a lot of people in the district on those things.
That's fantastic. So did you find that these mutual aid efforts, like getting food to people, helping them with their respective issues, did you find that these were helpful in bringing you name recognition, or did you find it was just more about exciting and energizing the base of support you already had?
I think I just did it because I thought it was the right thing. There were people around me that told me, I need you to focus more on, getting your name out there. My opponent at the time, he was doing a few of these events himself. But it was all about getting the name out there, making sure they get the card, making sure they remember the name for the election. I really didn't care about that. It was about helping people, and a lot of those people probably would never know that it was actually me behind some of those projects, or it was our campaign who paid for a lot of that stuff. We just really wanted to help people during a pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
They needed the help, and I wanted to step up and provide that leadership, even if it meant I probably wouldn't get more support from it, or people wouldn't know, or the media wouldn't pick up on it. We just cared about doing the right thing.
Did you with your outreach then, the outreach that you engaged in to bring attention to yourself, how did you feel you compared to your main contender? The person you went up against was, hold on, let me look up you remember the name, I imagine.
Yeah, Representative Bobby DuBose. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Did you notice, or were you paying attention to his campaign to try and pick up tips from that? Because I assume he was something of a more established candidate in that area, or were you looking to set out on your own and do something completely different?
We tried to do something a little bit different than his. For a while, he didn't really have a campaign. For the most part, it was it was also a learning experience at the time because no one had ever done this before. I mean, especially during the pandemic where there was no door knocking possible or we couldn't do a lot. Mm-hmm. So we really had to kind of, just kind of learn as we go and take the tools that we had. So he didn't really have much of a campaign, so I wasn't able to take any tips from him.
So he was just sort of the default candidate then. Like it wasn't about how well he could sell himself. It was, can you sell yourself better than whatever established name recognition he currently has?
Right. It came down to how effective we were going to be able to reach voters. And our only tool was really knocking on doors. That's really what we wanted to do, because that's how campaigns like ours take off the ground and win, is by knocking doors and reaching voters. But because we didn't really get to do that, we kind of had to play a different game, a game of catch up, a game of let's figure out what we could do to try to win a race. And most of that came down to mail, sending mail to older voters super voters, people who vote every election, who really care about this stuff. When we really wanted to knock doors and both reach those voters and reach people who aren't engaged, like young people in the district, but we couldn't get to do that as much this cycle because of COVID.
Nice. How long have you been running your campaign? Was it long enough for you to see to see a difference between how campaigning worked before COVID and after COVID, or did you only really start to ramp up after the pandemic had already been in high gear?
So we had, I had announced back in December of 2019, and we were starting to do some canvassing as early as January, and then in March, the pandemic happened for a few weeks myself. But before that, I did get to see how campaigning. The pre-COVID campaigning experience, I got a little bit of that, a few weeks of it. Mm-hmm. And we really had a lot of momentum at the time. We had our launch, we had our campaign launch. We were just getting our name out there some more to people. We were really taking off, and he was in the middle of the legislative session, so he wasn't even in a district. So we were really going hard. And then COVID happened right around the time the legislative session was ending, and I got sick. So that took me out for about 5 weeks. And then it was, figuring out where to go from there. And
that's quite a long time. Are you well?
I'm well. I lost a lot of weight from it, but I think it was a big experience to have, to understand the actual experience of having the virus, and it really broadcasts. I mean, I already knew before I got sick, but it really broadcast the disparities in our healthcare system. I had lost my healthcare literally. Well, I found out I didn't have my Medicaid anymore when I got sick with the virus, because while I was at the doctor, when they diagnosed me with pneumonia, they prescribed the medicine, and they told me I didn't have my health insurance. And I said, that's a lie. I have Medicaid. I gave them the card and everything. And they said, you don't. We can't find it in the system. And if you know anything about like Florida politics, you know that expanding Medicaid is definitely not what our state likes to do. They like to make it a lot more difficult for people to get healthcare. So I really got to see, from the other side, not just from a political standpoint of caring about getting things like Medicare for all passed, but I got to see with my own eyes what the experience of not having healthcare was like.
How did you end up resolving that then?
I had to like raise money from people. A lot of my friends and some family members helped chip in to get the medicine that I needed. And this was right before like they started doing things to help people who, because at that point I didn't know it was COVID. We just thought it was pneumonia at the time, because I hadn't had the test. It was hard to get the test at the time. So at that point it was just pneumonia. But eventually it got resolved because people had to help out. But I still have those hospital bills. You can go spend one night there and get $700 just for and sit in the ER for like 4 or 5 hours. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay, well that's all horrible. I'm really sorry that happened. I didn't know, but you're alive and that's good. I am happy to say I do not have the virus. I actually don't know anyone who has had the virus in my immediate friend group. There are some friends that I have sort of that I see very occasionally who have gotten it. But I think the totality, the reality of this pandemic is largely unfelt by people, and many of them who have actually experienced it too. At least judging by the way people talk about the pandemic, there are people who literally have family members who are either currently or have suffered from COVID-19, and they're still really, really, really quick to denounce any kind of broader civilizational effort to address it. So I don't know. Well, I do know. That's just how they go. More pointedly, and going back to politics, since you were up in a primary, what distinguished you from your opponent?
Yeah, well, a lot of things actually. He had been in office for about 6 years, and he was the incoming House Democratic leader for Florida, which he'll probably be taking that position now. But we had a lot of major policy differences. The biggest one, before I get the policy, was definitely how our campaigns were funded. He was funded by money from corporations and the lobbyists. You name it, big pharma, literally pharma, the group pharma, pharmaceutical companies. It was funded by Big Sugar, private prisons, like the GO group, which throw immigrant kids in cages for the Trump administration. It was funded by, frackers and oil companies, police unions, all of that, just everything, everything we could imagine an establishment Democrat being funded by. And our campaign wasn't funded by any of that. We were funded by small dollar donors. I think over 2,200. Was our final number. People who were giving $5 or $10. No corporations, no super PACs, none of that. Just funded by regular people. So that was the first distinction between both of us, is how our campaigns were funded. But then that kind of translated into the priorities we set in the campaign as well. I was talking about affordable housing. I was talking about climate change and banning fracking. I was talking about healthcare as a human right for everybody. I was talking about issues that were really affecting people, but my opponent wouldn't even go as far as even saying we need to end cash bail or that we need some of the priorities I was talking about. So I think I had a much more elegant response to all the issues facing the state and the district. And he really, because he wasn't ever challenged before for this seat, he really didn't expect that, and he didn't have any real priorities to actually address any of the things that were going on during that time. Of course, COVID-19 being the biggest one, with healthcare disparities, and a lot of people who are, pretty much were being or were going to get evicted from their homes due to the virus. Thankfully, the eviction moratorium kind of put that on hold for right now.
I hope you're able to run again in 2022 because often persistence is key. When it comes to your goals as a state representative, do you feel that people underestimate the value of more local candidates like that? Everyone talks about, the Congress, the Senate, and the presidency, but I feel like people often drastically underestimate the influence that state policy can have on broader discourse. Like, for an example, if it weren't for all of the individual states that were legalizing gay marriage within their borders, prior to 2015, then in all likelihood we wouldn't have seen this initial surge that eventually led to it being legalized nationwide. Do you think people undervalue them in that respect?
I do, and I think that that's reflected in how we what races we put attention to. Everyone wants to focus on the next big, AOC or, the next big Senate seat to take in a state somewhere. But we really don't pay attention to, how we build those people up. And we build those people up by investing in races like my own, or people running for, stuff like city council or state representative, because those people actually have more life, more control over our everyday lives. Your DA, the people we elect to be our mayors, our state representatives, your state representatives and state senators. Those are the people in the state legislature. Those are the people who decide how much you're going to be paying in taxes. They decide what your healthcare system is going to look like in the state. They decide what they're going to do about housing or climate change, or what they're not going to do about any of these issues. They have direct control over our everyday lives. And that's even truer on a local level, who we elect in as mayor and city council, because while we're focusing on, Congress doesn't really have, they definitely have power to really mess over people's lives. But when you compare that to what the state can do, we're talking about, when we compare those numbers, we're talking about a lot here. We're talking about whether or not, some kid dies tomorrow because Florida decides we're going to actually take, $50 million away from Medicaid, or we're not going to expand Medicaid this year. Or some kid dies because, we got a crime hawk as our mayor, and a DA that won't prosecute the cops.
Yeah.
So these things really matter. And then, if we really want to win races, congressional and Senate races, then we need people in offices like city council and state reps, because usually these establishment Democrats, they spend 10, 15 years, 20 years in those seats, and then they move to Congress. We have to be smarter than them. And if we're going to play their game, we have to play their game better than them. And part of that is getting people in offices. That's kind of how the Tea Party did it. They did have a lot of money, but they did, start by taking over those school boards, which was incredibly important. And then the state legislatures, and then they started running people on the national stage. They didn't just come out and say, here's a president,
Yeah, that's one of my biggest frustrations with the left. I feel like we get really, really hyped up for these big power grabs, on the national level, but there isn't as much of an effort to build local power. A lot of people forget, but Bernie Sanders was mayor for 8 years, and then he was a congressperson, and then he was a senator, and only then did he make a run at the presidency. He spent his entire life building prominence and power. But a lot of lefties don't pay attention to that local stuff, especially DA appointments. DA appointments, sheriff's office, mayors. Every progressive person we get in these offices is a blueprint. It's a forerunner for what could potentially be a significant change in the power balance of a state or even of a city.
Right, that's true. That's really true. When you look at people, who start at these local levels, people who are, councilmen and councilwomen or in these local offices. Those people are important to pay attention to, but also it's important to build power from the ground up. Not, I always tell people to be cautious of people who just come out of nowhere and just want to run for the highest possible office, or, the biggest executive branch office. Or I think those people we need to keep a big eye on, because it's dangerous to go for the most powerful. Usually sociopaths do that. But pay attention to the people who are running for the local stuff, because that's really where you build the not just the power up for political runs, but that's where you have the most impact over, people's lives, and you can help actual people on a day-to-day basis. It might not be the most gloom and doom. I was able to vote for healthcare or something for people. It might not be something as high profile as Congress, but it's issues that are important to people, like how often their trash get pissed up, their water is off. How do we bring their water bill down and help them? Stuff like that actually helps people every day. So then when people are, trying to run for something else, and it shouldn't always be to run for something else, but in the case that, when someone is actually trying to run for a higher position, they can say, look, I was able to actually help people. That's the test of how good a person in office is, or a public servant is about how they were able to help people on a local level. What did you actually do for people in your community? Okay, I can lay down what I did as a member of the city council. I was able to help people who didn't have any place to stay, homeless people. I was able to help people who were having problems with water or with trash. So stuff like that it doesn't get the most attention. and it's really boring stuff. And I said I interned for a lot of these people, so it's really boring stuff, but it has the most impact on people.
And
if
it
people
means
can't
a
do the
lot
boring
to
stuff,
those people too. Even if they don't necessarily recognize it immediately, like getting that policy passed at a local level, getting a change to how your city deals with waste disposal, with policing, with local ordinances, with traffic laws, with all this stuff. These are massively influential on people at a local level. And I agree with
Right.
you. I do think that there is a problem, almost like a near narcissistic tendency for people to get invested in politics exclusively at a national level and to not even consider the possibility that merely helping a few 100,000 people with your advocacy is enough. And I want to bring that back to you because you are running, of course, for the Florida House of Representatives. If I recall correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, the Florida House of Representatives is majority Republican, correct?
Yeah. They by a long shot.
What's the ratio? Like 70-30 or 60-40? How bad is it?
So the Republicans have 71 members in a 120 member Florida House, and the Democrats have 46.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's like a 60-40 split, kind of, sort of, in that ballpark. That's a pretty significant majority. In an environment like that, how can you work to affect change for the state?
It's difficult, but I say it all the time. The problem with the Florida Democrats is that when we go into the fight, we start by giving the Republicans half of what they want. And that's always a bad place to start. We need to go into the fight with 100% and maybe negotiate down from there. We can't really take compromises on everything, especially when we're talking about things that actually affects people's lives every day. We're talking about Medicaid. That's important. People might think it's, this one issue people like to talk about, but a lot of people die because they don't have that. A lot of people go into the ER because they don't have that anymore. They can't afford prescriptions and they end up on the sidewalk. So what we could do, the things we can do in the legislature is we can be loud as hell. I mean, we might not have the majority, but look at what Republicans were able to do when they were in the minority. Look what Mitch McConnell and them were able to do when they were in a minority. They were able to pretty much get the Democrats down to their knees and force procedural, play with the procedures all day long until they got something.
Yep.
We need to be willing to be really, really loud in the legislature, even if
Republicans are obstinate, because they're
Yep.
stronger, unfortunately. And the irritating thing as well is that it also sets a really bad message for your constituency. So the fact of the matter is, if you're a Democrat in a mostly Republican state Congress, you're probably not going to be able to get that much done at a statewide level consistently. But when you are constantly capitulating to Republican demands in a vain attempt to try to mate out some across the aisle consideration from them, which never happens, all you're doing is signaling to your voter base that there's no real difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Republicans will do what they want, and the Democrats will, in a vain effort to bid for future good faith, capitulate. And that's not working for us. It's never worked for us.
Or one of the ways Democrats do that here in Florida is with appropriations. Every representative, because the elections are every 2 years for the House down here, they want to bring money home to the district. Say, oh, look, I did something, even if they didn't do anything. Look, I got $100,000 for that one shelter. So what they do is they won't be as loud. They want to get the governor. They want to make sure the governor doesn't veto their appropriation. So I think we got to be loud. That's what the Republicans do when they're ever in a minority anywhere. Is they're loud and they energize their base by being loud and trying to do whatever they could while they're in a minority. So when they're in a majority, they actually not only have that. They have a demand, but they've been practicing for a long time. They know exactly what they need to do when they get the majority, and they do it right away. They don't spend as much time as the Democratic Party is spending right now, debating whether or not we should pass Medicare for all, debating whether or not we should do this. We know we should be doing this, and in a minority, we should have been loud about these things. So as soon as we took the majority in 2019 in the House, we should have been ready to pass all of this. We should have been ready to go, and we should have been treating the Republicans the way they treat the Democrats when they were running the House. Ram the damn legislation through.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but we never fucking do that though. and I say we. I'm not really a Democrat. At least I don't ideologically align that well with the party. Do you consider yourself a progressive or a socialist? What is your inclination? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I'm definitely a socialist. I just understand that, I'm not gonna like get into office from like the Green Party or anything. I understand like voters, especially like in my district, for example, is like 80% Democrat. I would be, if I ran as anything other than a Democrat, I would definitely lose. So I'm not really in line with the party too much, but I definitely understand that. It's all about getting power for working people, and we gotta start somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
But I'm definitely the party is not anywhere near where I am.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's where Bernie Sanders was as well. He was able to win initially as an independent, which is, that's great for him, but that just doesn't work in most districts. In most areas, you really, really do have to settle for Republican or for Democrat. I think that there's a very legitimate chance in the near future in this country of progressive Democrats or socialists or whatever. It doesn't really matter what they believe. They all kind of represent the same block of interests. Essentially people who are more aligned with Bernie Sanders than they are Hillary Clinton. Yeah. And I think there's a very decent chance of us seeing an upsurge in the viability of these young tickets, of in House representatives, in mayorships, and also just at a larger level in Congress and in the Senate. We've been seeing more and more of this happening. And I think the future really is local for us too. I have a feeling that no matter what happens come November 3rd, we're probably not going to see anyone as cool as Bernie Sanders on stage in 2023 when we're doing the primaries all over again. I have a feeling we're not going to get that again. I feel like that shot's kind of been lost. So it's up to us now to carry that torch forward. And that's why I really admire what you did, and what I hope you will continue to do. Because it is the blueprint that we need to follow if we want to really bring change to this country.
I definitely agree. I mean, I agree with you, especially with it's right around the corner, the next primary. This one was really quick too. It's going to come fast, and we really don't have anybody who, I think we have to use this moment to build power from the ground up, and we need to be doing that on local levels and on the state level as well. Mm-hmm. Building that power from the ground up, that's incredibly important, and we're not going to get as far as we want without doing that. We're going to be repeating the same thing over again, expecting a different result. And I charge all people out there, especially people who are young. Don't be afraid to run. I mean, the worst that can happen is you lose, and that's not even worse. That's okay. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. So if you're out there and you're thinking about doing it, go do it. You just never know. People might be feeling it one day. They just might be feeling it one day.
Yeah. I unfortunately I have to end stream a little earlier than usual because I had some stuff to get done before an upcoming deadline. But while we're on the closer, I want you to, if you would, and I'll just open it to you, can you give some advice to other people who are interested in running locally? Apart from just going ahead and doing it, were there any like traps you felt you fell into? Anything that you look back on and go like, if I ran again, I wouldn't do that, of course. Like what in your mind, like what would be like a good beginner's guide to getting invested?
Just a few things. I'll give like two just on the interest of time. The first one is to really learn about the community before you run. Like, I know if you live in it, but a lot of times people are running in areas and they don't know anything about the people there. Before you run, before you even announce or do anything, just go and see what people really care about. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people go into politics. I'm running, and it's all about getting a seat. But they forget, like, talk to your neighbors. If I think AOC said something that was wise. I think last year she said, before when you're running, the first thing you need to do is talk to your neighbors and your block. And if they're not on board, then you got a problem there. So talk to people in the community and actually get to know that community so you know what they care about. Because sometimes the biggest issues in the nation are not what people care about locally. Sometimes they don't care about none of that. Sometimes they might just care about, they just want their damn trash picked up more often, or they want their water to be hotter. So that's one piece. The other piece is definitely, this one is definitely aimed at younger candidates because I made this mistake twice, and different reasons this time. But when we're raising money, what helps a lot of the establishment candidates is that they save all their money to the last moment, and then they just blast with bailers and ads and all of that. A lot of younger candidates, what we do is we raise money. It's like, oh, I got 7,000 in the bank. Spend, spend, spend. Don't do that. Kind of hold on to your resources and only spend as you need. And so when you're going into that summer or you're going into that election, you have a lot of money those last 2 months. You have a lot of money on hand because you're going to need it. What always happens to progressives at the last minute is they come out. They let the dogs out, and we get bit, and we can't fight back.
Yeah, they peter out towards the end, and they save all their money for like a big name recognition boost. Because that, at the end of the day, most of the people who are voting for local representatives are just going to think of the last name they really remember. It's sad, but like for a lot of people, that really is it. Name recognition trumps policy for a lot of people. Because especially for like local office, a lot of people go to the ballot box, and not everyone has the time to memorize the respective positions of every single major candidate running in every way in their area, you know, state Congress and the actual national Congress and the Senate and the presidency and, you know, the mayor, and it's like, fuck. Well,
imagine judicial races. Like
yeah, exactly. You get judicial sheriff races, DA, like, fuck, dude. Like, oh, people can't remember all this stuff. So yeah, it's a lot of it is just name recognition. And I think that's actually great advice. I think I'll not that I'm planning on running anytime soon, but I think I'll keep that in mind. And I guess regurgitate it to my audience in the future. I really, really appreciate you coming on to speak with me. Yeah, it's really great. I was following your campaign with interest, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to speak with you before the actual primary. But I think that in retrospect, getting info from you after the fact is actually a lot more useful to any future potential candidates. So thank you very much for coming on. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for inviting me on too.
Yes. Yeah, would you like to shout yourself out in any way? Of course, I'll put any relevant links in the description of the video when it's posted.
Yeah, definitely. My Twitter is at Elijah Manley. I'll spell it out: IELIJAHMANLEY. That's really all we have, and we also do have some campaign debt. That was another piece of advice. Mm-hmm. Don't indebt yourself. Campaigns end up in debt. Kamala Harris actually. She has like $1 million in campaign debt. My campaign, not $1 million, but we do have like maybe a couple hundred. So if you can help out with that, the website is ElijahManley.com as well.
I'm really sorry to hear that. Here, yeah, I'll post it in chat. As always, guys, you know the rules. If you would donate to me, donate here instead. Probably a much more useful place to put your money towards. Thank you again for coming on, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too. You too. Absolutely.
Be well.
Alrighty. Bye.
Nice. Guys, we're doing it. I feel like a political commentator, you know? When I have folks on, makes me feel good. Nice stream. Yeah, today's been nice. Do you think it'd be good to have a public bureau that specifically informs the public on running politicians' stances on issues? Yes. I know that there's always a chance of like non-objectivity, but if there was like a definitive website that could in a fairly non-partisan way lay out like every candidate's history and stuff like that, but just a single website. I know all this is available online, but it's there. Guys, we don't have time for the Trump interview. It's 45 minutes if I never pause the video, and we both know that I pause the video every 3 seconds, okay? We can do it next stream. I said, no, I didn't. No. The title is a guideline, not a rule. It's a guideline, not a rule. We'd be here for another 2 hours. Why is chat so horny for Kamala? I don't fucking know. Powie Wowie with the 5. Oh, I did that one. Lif Noir with the $5. How do you? What do you think of Navalny being assassinated? What repercussions do you think it'll have worldwide? If I answer that, I'm going to embarrass myself right now. I would need to learn far more about that. For me to be able to answer that confidently. Dumb Bunny, thank you for the 2 separate $5 donations. I really appreciate that, comrade. Thank you very, very much. Jack Attack LP with $2. Thoughts on the G slur, if you'd call it one? You mean gusano? That's actually a really interesting question. I know Destiny really doesn't like the term because he gets called it. That's actually really interesting. Do I think gusano is a slur? Well, I'm saying it out loud, so I don't think it's like the N-word or anything like that. I think that gusano is probably an acceptable term if you're exclusively referring to it in its original context. So if you're saying a gusano because you're referring to like a wealthy person or a business owner who left, you know, Cuba and then is like super right wing over here and they're like disseminating like, you know, McCarthyist propaganda or whatever, then I guess in that case it's apt. Because you're not really insulting like Latin people or Cuban people when you do it. You're just kind of referring to a specific demographic. But if you're just calling every... Wait, you think they meant gypsy? Oh, I think they meant that? Okay. I don't know. I've only said Romani because people tell me that gypsy is offensive. When I said, like, I've never... So this is a Europe-American thing. Americans don't give a fuck about Romani people at all. Americans don't give a fuck about Romani people. Like in the sense that like we don't care. Like it's like, oh, Romani people exist, you know? So I think in America, for the most part, if you say like gypsy, it doesn't really belie offense. But I imagine in Europe, it's really, really different, you know? So I only say, you know, Romani because I've been told it's offensive. Yeah, it's like saying Paki, yeah. In America, I don't think it has that connotation, but in Europe, it definitely does. And a lot of my audience is European, so we should probably, you know, we'll do the global, you know, aversion to slurs. I've never heard any gypsy say Romani. Yeah, I don't really know. It's just I don't really care. I'll just use the more appropriate term, I guess. Interestingly, CGP Grey had a video on how a lot of Native Americans prefer the term Indian, which I thought was pretty interesting. I don't remember the video enough to synthesize its contents for you guys, but I remember that video. Sinti and Roma is what we use here, Vash? Oh, gotcha. Paki is short for Pakistani? Yeah, well, it's like Jap. Paki is like Jap, you know? Over in Europe, they don't say like Jap as like a derogatory term for Japanese people, you know? And over here in America, we don't say Paki as a derogatory term for Pakistani people, but because of the respective histories of both of these communities, it's different, you know? But is Haitian a slur? I mean, I think that's just the term, right? From people from Haiti? Or Haiti? I never really know how to pronounce that. Jay Wong, thanks for the $5. I do want to take a look at Riley Grace's video on that. I saw it in my feed, but I haven't watched it yet. Jammy with a very kind $5. Get a pre-stream image animated and add a crescendoing. Yeah, I'll consider it. Hater Jeffrey, the very kind $5. ROE is malleable unit to unit, location to location, so there's no way to substantiate your claims of military engagement of anything. No, I don't think that's true. It's true that the rules of engagement aren't always adhered to, and there are a lot of contextual determiners there, but I will absolutely go on a hill to defend the idea that the military is required to abide by much more strict standards of engagement than the American police are. Especially, by the way, since, again, the military are in the military. They're in a war zone. American police are just here in America, in American cities. Soft Dragons, thanks to the $5 and the knowledge. I unbanned Socialist MMA because it turns out their Twitter handle matched their Insight handle, and, you know, why not? Austin Menezes, the $5. This horror candidate sounds like he sticks to his talking points a bit too much, though he means well, just young and experienced. I think that the guy we just had on was pretty cogent with his talking points. I don't think they came off particularly like robotic. Sneaky Waikiki with the $5. Video and Daniel Johnson might be good for a brain cleanse. A 17-minute video. I'll take a look at it in my own time, comrade. Billy Drillkill with the $5. Furry meme. I definitely did not steal. Non-binary furry gang rise up. True. I don't know if this is a furry meme specifically, but it is definitely a meme a lot of furries would like because furries are gay, generally. Lucky Axolotl with the $5, baby. Absolutely flawless. Link? Yeah, sure. You won me over. That's what they sound like. Clad Kaka with the incredibly kind $25. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Hey, I sent a bad Destiny meme yesterday. Sorry about that. I do think this Grammarly CAA conspiracy is worth sharing, though. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah? Grammarly? This how it's gonna be? This how it's gonna fucking be? Tune into Hassan's stream. Uh-oh. Is Hassan getting canceled by tankies? We gotta make noise?
No, I will not give
Jesus
an inch to this fucking conversation because it's a gigantic opening for so many people to turn around and paint the entire fucking left as when the people on the ground actually doing the work also hate it. You idiot. What are you even saying? Yeah, I organize and support ML leaders in my community. I can still criticize their shit takes and support rioters. Dude, when you act like there is already a built-in organized vanguard party ready to seize control of the government in militant capacity because every gentrifier or every bourgeois fucking gentrifier is already like living in spaces that are deliberately and purposely harming others, and the battle lines have been drawn and push has come to shove, you are being psychotic, and you are doing your own cause, if you are a Marxist-Leninist, a disservice.
My man.
You will never be able to fucking actually organize or build momentum for your movement if you have takes like this, when the overwhelming majority of Americans would look at this and go, oh, this is insane. Trump is right. They're terrorists.
My fucking man. Hassan, my brother. I knew it. Hassan has only gotten better for over the past year.
Follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Imagine organizing a militarized vanguard just to get drone struck by the US government. Kek.
Do these people watching what you're saying aligns with your takes on rioting in general? I know, but I don't know. Maybe they just don't watch me all the time.
What an absolute king. Really happy to see that. One of the main criticisms that I've had of Hassan is I felt like he kind of unintentionally played up a large tanky portion of his audience. And so that's just kind of inevitably going to happen unless you attack him relentlessly. Sorry, not him, them relentlessly, because I do attack tankies relentlessly. But yeah, okay. So he still does, though. Yeah, nobody's perfect. Whatever. But his willingness to push back on some of these points, because what he's saying right there, you're trending with Electoral College on Twitter. Wait, really? Am I trending? Is that why that thing got so many likes? It's at like 5,000 likes. It's more than I usually get for my tweets. Yeah, Electoral College. Son of a bitch, I'm at the top. Well, I'm near the top. Pretty cool. It's all in response to a Nate Silver tweet he made. Nate Silver does a lot of good mathing. Chance of a Biden Electoral College win if he wins the popular vote by X points. So if Biden ties in the popular vote or gets a 1% lead in the popular vote, he has only a 6% chance of actually becoming president. It's not until he gets around 2 to 3 percentage points of the popular vote of a lead that he gets about a 50-50 shot at an electoral college victory, which is the actual victory. The percentage point a popular vote victory that he would need to get a basically guaranteed election win is like 6 to 7 points. This is horrifying. A Democratic president has to win by 6 or 7 percentage points of the popular vote in order to actually like reliably win the electoral college. Sheesh. Cal's Kingdom with a Dear One sub can confirm as a Pakistani American have been called a towel/raghead more than I've been called a Paki. Yeah, just that's our country's preferred slur for you guys is. Django Geek with a very, very kind $10. If undemocratized workplaces should be illegal, what would your society outlaw independent sex work? Means of production for sex work is inherently undemocratic/decentralized? No. Independent work is just fine. After all, if you're working independently, you own your means of production. If it's just an independent sex worker, you literally own your means of production. Like, it's just you, you know? We're not trying to outlaw people working. What we're trying to do is outlaw one individual being able to claim authority over other people's labor in an undemocratic way. But you can also have sex workers who work collectively, you know, in a brothel, and this is historically something that's taken place in the past. In fact, I would say that some of the oldest traditional worker cooperatives we have in our country are ones which came from a sex work in brothels of women banding together to protect themselves, and they would, you know, through their work, they would, you know, pool together the work that they would, the proceeds they would get from their work. And they would use it to buy bodyguards, to buy protection, and they would sort of be the ones owning their own labor. And of course, this is sort of a proto-worker co-op. These aren't reliably super duper, you know, democratized, but it's still good. Still good. Akison, thank you for the $5 and for the kind words, comrade. Okay, I do have to head, I'm afraid. I've got some stuff to do. I love you all very much. It's either going to be no stream or a video game stream tomorrow because we've done, I think, 4 traditional politics streams in a row, which is more than I normally do, and I've been getting really bad sleep. So we'll figure something out. I love you very, very much. I'll catch you on the flip side, okay?